Summary.
I roll my eyes at my mother for what feels like the 10th time, in the last hour. Mom, I said, I know. You said it. I heard it. I know my task. I know if I fail, if he doesn't accept me. All wolves are in peril. She smiled and said, I am sorry, Arabella, for so many things. For having to leave you with a family, not your own ... for only being able to be with you for 2 weeks a year. Remember, you cannot tell your mate who you are, until he accepts you. I said, I know. Who will believe the moon goddess is my mother anyway? And she laughed and said, well, everyone who sees your wolf will know. Your mate is an Ultima. He matches you in every way. He will be difficult, not impossible, and you must be patient. I sighed and said, and if he rejects me, then what, mother? She smiles and says he won't. His wolf Eros is incapable of allowing it. He and Amaris have been waiting to be reborn to be together again. True fated soulmates. Only this time, Amaris is a demigoddess and immortal, so Eros won't lose her. Mom, he is a man-whore. You have had me watching him for 2 weeks every damned year for the last 5. I don't have enough fingers and toes to keep count. She sighs. Bella, he believes true mates do not exist. I'm sure he would have waited for you if he knew PFFTTT. I said ... he should have had faith. She said, enough, Arabella. This is a matter of life and death. Now, off you go.
Chapter 1. Horses and Rainbows. Arabella's POV.
My mother? She plops me down right in front of the king's castle. Sebastian McCallum, my mate and man-whore extraordinaire. And I get to convince him true mates do exist. And I am his. Fun times. But at least, she put me in a gorgeous gown. A spicy number, royal blue with silver threads running through it, backless and a cowl neck. Just enough side boob to be hot, with a slit up my right leg to my hip. Matches my blue eyes and waist-length platinum hair. My only complaint is she didn't give me her height. I'm only 5'2", sigh. My name is Arabella Cerces. My mother is the moon goddess. My father was the alpha of Silver Moon Pack, until he was assassinated in his sleep by his chosen mate and her lover. I have known Sebastian as my mate since I was 10 years old, 8 years now, and she decided I needed to observe him from her realm whenever I visited. Thanks, Mom. I'm scarred for life. So now I'm here in front of the castle, stalling my entrance. I am nearly 45 minutes past the time the ball commenced. Why, you ask? Because my mother said I have to make an entrance. The whole purpose of this ball is for my mate to choose his forever partner. Yep, my 25-year-old mate has decided time has come to get married. Ah well, here goes nothing, and I step inside. An elegant elderly man is standing just beyond the entryway. He asks my name and could he see my invitation. I hand it to him. He reads it and hands it to the young man beside him, says, announce her, and to me he says, follow him. So I do, because why not? The sentries open the double doors, and the young man waves me forward and halts me at the top of a grand staircase, and Aramis says, this some Cinderella shit right here, and I smile. That young man picks up a microphone and announces to the crowd, at large, Lady Arabella Cerces of Silver Moon. And I am left with nothing other than to march my happy as down 1E483 stairs. Don't fall, Bella. You can do this. You don't want to land on your ass. As I was finishing my inner pep talk, I realized I am at the bottom of the stairs and all eyes had followed me down. Awkward much. A gentleman stepped to me and said, allow me, milady, reaching his hand out, palm up, for me to take. I took it, and he led me over to get a drink. He said, Royal Beta Kite in Black at your service. And I smiled and said, you already know my name. And he nodded with a grin. The air around my head filled with the amazing scent of fresh cut grass and mint, and I put my head down. Fuck me already? Well, here we go. Amaris is dancing in my brain. I said I love you, Mary. Bear with me. She just came back with, you can do this. I turned slowly and looked him up from his alligator shoes to his form-fitting tuxedo slacks, a crisp white shirt, and a jacket that fit his shoulders so perfectly I could feel my pissy clench. And oh, the irony. His royal blue tie. I looked all the way up to his gorgeous face. Strong jawline. Full lips. Perfect nose. And directly into his eyes, green with golden glints. His shoulder-length shiny black hair, pulled into a stylish man bun. His deep, velvety voice said, "Are you done?" I laughed and said, "Yep, not bad, but I've seen better." And we released our scent for a moment, long enough for him to catch a whiff just to watch his face. Perverse, I know, but he ain't ever met anyone like me before, so he best buckle up. He stood staring at me for several long moments. Then he looked at Kaiden and said, "Arrange a room for this one too." And he turned to walk away. I laughed. He spun and glared at me, and I sweetly said, "I'm Arabella." He said, "I heard. Your point?" I said, "I just didn't want you to confuse me with all your chippies." And I heard Kaiden chuckle. Sebastian just spun on his heel and walked away. Kaiden said, "Nice first impression." I laughed and said, "I'm not here to impress him. He is my true mate, and eventually he will realize that. Now dance with me." We walked onto the dance floor and Kaiden said, "You just made my life a whole lot more interesting. Does the king know?" I said, "He has an idea." I released my scent for a few seconds. "So, he's puzzling it out. You don't get to tell him. That's cheating." I gave him a cheeky grin, and he said, "Allow me to thank you for the laughs this is going to bring." And I laugh. He twirls me around, and I hear Sebastian behind me, asking to cut in. I told Kaiden I would meet him at the bar after. I was going to need a drink. He laughs, waving, walks away. I turn and step into Sebastian's space. We take position and start moving to the music. He remains silent a minute, then says, "Please limit your time with Kaiden. He gets distracted easily." I giggle and say, "Oh, I don't know. I think he and I will make fast friends," he said. "He doesn't need any more friends, and you are here for me to determine if you will be a suitable bride." And I laughed again, and I said, "I know I'm suitable. The jury is still out on you." And I headed to find Kaiden and a very stiff glass of whiskey. I reached the bar and ordered my whiskey. I took a sip and surveyed the room. I spotted Kaiden talking to another nice-looking man, nearly the same height. They make their way over to me. He said, "How'd that go?" And I laughed and said, "I was warned away from you because you are easily distracted." His eyes got wide and I grinned. The man who had walked up with him held his hand out, saying, "Hi, I'm Royal Gamma Braden Collins," I said. "Luna's protector." "Well, I can protect myself, but I would be proud to call you friend," and shook his hand. He smiled and said, "So you have made up your mind to be the Luna Queen?" I said, "Nuo, that is a decision made by our goddess." Braden laughs. "True mates? That's still a thing where you come from," I said. "That is a thing from all over the world. Just because people have decided to ignore her teachings, her dictates, doesn't make it any less true." And I smiled sweetly. Then I said, "How many other girls has he arranged rooms for, Kaiden?" He said, "There are 20, including you. Tomorrow morning, you ladies will meet in the grand salon to educate the king on your merits." I busted out a laugh and said, "I will not sell myself to my mate. He will determine my merits as he gets to know me." Braden said, "But this is a competition and you must compete. King Sebastian already has 3 favorites that he is leaning towards." Kaiden said, "The competitions prove your worth." My worth? I already know my worth. Amaris says just figure out what we have to do. I want Eros. I looked at the guys and asked what the competitions entail. Braden speaks up and says, speed, strength, and endurance, as well as sparring against the other ladies to prove fighting skills. Archery, rifle and handguns competition. Talent and skills. Can you cook, dance, or play music? Things a female would be proficient with, I said. Fuck me running. Do I have to prove I can wipe his ass too? And they both busted out laughing and said, "Nuu." And I said, "Well, horse hose and rainbows up my ass for that."
Chapter 2, I Don't Do Confusion.
As I headed to my office, I linked Kaiden and Braden to my office. Eros has given me a headache all night. We caught a hint of an intoxicating scent of vanilla and jasmine, off and on for the last 2 hours, and he hasn't shut up about it. Swears the scent belongs to our mate. Mates don't exist. They haven't for a long time. When I was a boy, I always thought it would be so great to have one person, that fit us perfectly, the second half of our heart and soul. But it's like unicorns, a fantasy. I have never heard of such a thing actually happening. The guys walk into the office and Kaiden says, I expected you to be tucking into Candace by this time. I said she was waiting on me. I just wanted to make sure all the ladies had gotten settled in their rooms. He said, Yep. And Candace is in the room next to yours. Celia is across the hall and Brittany is next door to hers. He knew I wanted the girls I have been seeing close so I can get to their rooms with little notice. I said, Good, good. And the other girls? All settled in. Braden said, All safely ensconced on the 3rd floor. I didn't think you would want them to think the other 3 had undue advantage just because you're fuking them. And he laughed. The fuker laughed, because my personal life is so funny. Instead of bouncing his face off my desk, I said, And the girl who showed up late? What room is she in? Braden said, Arabella. Yeah, she's a cool girl. I like her. She's in the first room to the left of the stairs. I swapped her out with Kirsten because apparently balconies are a phobia of hers. I asked, Of whose? Kaiden says, Kirsten's. She has a shit ton of phobias, like balconies, not heights. Balconies scare her. And bananas. And red curtains. Girl has issues, dude. I laughed and said this is going to be an interesting 2 weeks. Then I said, Tell me about this Arabella. I must admit to my curiosity being piqued. Braden says, She's awesome. She's funny and dishes out as good as she gets. Smart. Classy but cusses like a sailor. She's not one to take shit off anybody, that's for sure, I smirked. Sounds like you're half in love already, Bray. He frowns and says, Not that at all. I feel more brotherly towards her. There's something about her that makes me want to be around her. And she believes in the old ways. The moon goddess doctrine of true mates. Kaiden says, Yeah, she is absolutely sure they exist. It was a strange conversation, and I found myself wanting to believe her. Strange feeling. I wonder who filled her head with that nonsense. Hand me her folder. Let's see what she's about. I opened the folder, and there she is. An 8x10 headshot, as required. As I look down at the photograph, I find she really is exquisitely beautiful. Eros won't stop bouncing, his tail wagging so hard my fuking eyes are crossing. I roar, Eros, calm the fuck down. I stood up and grabbed a whiskey. Kaiden asks if I'm okay. I simply nodded and said, Eros. He nodded in response. I sat down and started reading her dossier. She was born 18 years ago on a full blue moon. Her parents weren't married, and her mother disappeared the night she was born, never to be seen again. Arabella is the result of an affair, so that makes sense. Her father was Alpha Alan Circes of Silver Moon. He was assassinated in his bed by his wife and her lover when Arabella was 10. Her half-brother took over as Alpha, and she was sent to a boarding school until 2 months ago. She spends 2 weeks every summer with a distant relative no one knows the identity of. She's just picked up by a vehicle and returned the same way, and Arabella never answers questions about it. I'm going to have fun with her tomorrow in our first meeting. She is very intelligent, exceeding in all her courses. She holds 3 bachelor's and 2 master's degrees in education, social work, psychology, and medicine. A very accomplished young woman. She sings and plays piano, and apparently has had some martial arts training. That field is vague. Some martial arts? Too vague. What does my day look like tomorrow? I am so not looking forward to any of this. Fucking council demanding I take a queen. I don't want a queen. I like my life. Kaiden says, after breakfast, you have meet and greet in the throne room. Each girl has 20 minutes alone to dazzle you with their charms. I have listed questions you can ask each girl according to their interests. Or you can wing it and just ask anything you want to know. After that concludes, it's off to a garden lunch with a horde of hornies, and then over to the firing range for their first competition. Should be a busy day. I looked up and said, "Elimination competition?" Brayden says, "Yes, the 2 lowest combined scores go home, leaving 18 for the next day. I don't envy you at all, bro, having to choose when you don't want any." And he laughs again. I say it makes me so happy to be a constant source of entertainment for you guys. And they both laughed, hard. I look at Kaiden and say, "Horde of hornies?" Then I laughed. Brayden asks, "Is that one of the competitions?" I said, "What one?" He responds, "Do they have to have SX with you to see can they satisfy you?" And I lost my shit. Laughed so hard my stomach hurt. I said, "Nuo." He said, "Thank goddess, because I betcha Bella would be out of here running." I said, "Bella?" Kaiden says, "Yeah, she told us to call her Bella. Kissed us both on our cheeks when she said good night." Nice girl, and I think that's what Bray was getting at. I looked at Brayden and see him nodding. How in the fuck did this girl get under their skin so fast? I said, "Well, men, we have a long day tomorrow, and I have a woman waiting to get me inside her, so I'm off. I have a lot to think about. This Arabella has my wolf all confused, and I don't do confusion."
Chapter 3. Get to Step in Brittany. Bella's POV.
Stupid alarm. I feel like I haven't had an hour's sleep. Even after I closed the French doors to the balcony, I could still hear my mate pounding into one of girls. Pissed me off, but I have been aware of his man-whore ways a long time. I threw on some spandex shorts and a sports bra to hit the track for some running, hoping to improve my mood. Halfway into my first lap, Brayden jogs alongside me. "Up early," he says. "Up all night, more like," I said. He said, "Oh no, bed not comfortable. I can arrange a room change if you'd like." I laughed and said, "It's a great room and I love the balcony." I was kept awake listening to my mate take one of his chippies to Pound Town all night, and I'm sure you couldn't find a room on that floor that he won't be amusing himself in, so it's futile. Checking again, he blushed, and it was just cute. He said, "Wait, mate, as in fated? True mate? How? What?" And I sighed. I linked my mom and said, "I'm going to tell him, Mom. I really need an ally here. Sebastian fucking these sluts is gonna kill me." She linked back, "He is your gamma, darling. Tell him." I turned to Brayden. I said, "Can we go somewhere and speak privately?" He said sure and led me to his office in the training center. I stepped and smelled coffee. Hell yeah, we helped ourselves and I started talking. "You have read my dossier, I'm assuming." He nods. "Well, my mother didn't disappear from my life, just from the world. 2 weeks a year, I leave and stay in her realm to train. And for the last 8 years, to observe and learn about my mate. His being a man-whore will cause him a lot of escizing when all is said and done." Brayden choked on his coffee. "I don't know if you should tell me anymore," he says. I look at him and said, "What's a gamma's job, Bray?" He says, "Gamma protects Luna." I said, "Am Luna? Your job is to protect me. And mark my words, I am your Queen Luna. My mother is the moon goddess. I am a demigoddess. My wolf is the only she-wolf capable of handling an Ultima like Sebastian. I am telling you this because you are my gamma, and because I need someone in my corner, someone I can talk to and confide in. My mom said I can trust you, and we will be working together for many years. So may as well start out as I plan to continue. And I sure as hell have a feeling I'm going to need a shoulder to cry on, if last night is any indication. We are in troubling times. There is a group of mercenaries and rogues, led by an alpha, to overthrow Sebastian. My mother sent me here to make Sebastian realize who I am to him, because we are stronger together. Eros and Amaris are original wolves, and the very first fated pair. This is their first rebirth. Which is why Sebastian and I are mates. I am struggling with his complete disregard for my mom's doctrine. Well, that and his nasty habit of sinking his cock in every available hole he passes. Sebastian is descended from the first Ultima wolf. He is stronger, faster, and more cunning than any other. Eros is immortal. Sebastian is the only black wolf in existence. I am the only white one. Brayden gasps and says, I can't wait to meet her. Amaris preened and wags her tail. I said, you just made her a very happy girl. And we laughed. I asked Brayden, can I trust you to have my back? He knelt at my feet, placed his right fist over his heart and said, I pledge my dedication and loyalty to you, my queen. I took his hand and a warmth infused us both, solidifying our bond. I left him then to shower for breakfast. I dressed in a white off-the-shoulder sundress with sunflowers around the thigh-high hem, braided my hair over my shoulder, and slipped into bright yellow 4-inch heels and headed to the dining hall. I stepped out of my room and saw a pretty little thing in a mint green dress. I said, hi, I'm Arabella. She whispered, I'm Callista. I said, nice to meet you, and smiled. She smiled a little, and I'm thinking, what in the hell is this poor shy girl doing here? We walked into the dining hall amidst of a bunch of cackling hens. I leaned closer to Callista and said, these women make my ears bleed. She giggled, and just like that, the ice was broken. I found out she is the second-born daughter of an alpha at a small pack north of the kingdom, and she really doesn't want to be here. She has 4 brothers and 2 sisters, and a whole gaggle of nieces and nephews that she misses a lot. She's homesick and up until this very second had been lonely here. The other girls had been a little mean. She just doesn't want to be around them. I told her to stick by me. I will stop anyone from being mean to her. Brayden came over to our table and set his plate down. I introduced the two, and they started talking. I people-watched for a bit. I glanced at the head table, just to satisfy my need to see Sebastian's face, only to find him watching me with a confused look on his face, and I loosened my scent and let it float through the air. As soon as I saw him breathe me in, I pulled it back. Ha, take that. I was just sitting back down after getting me another cup of coffee, when an extremely annoying voice says, oh, Royal Gamma, have they forced you to sit at the loser table? I said, why is it starting to feel like I'm back in high school? Bray said, no one told me to sit at this table. I sat here to talk to my friends, and that should have been that. But mean girls are the same over. I noticed eyes were looking our way and knew that was her angle. I leaned close to Callista and said, you say nothing. Not one word. This ends now. The girl looks at me, and then Callista, and back to me. She said, I'm Brittany, and you are? I said, not interested. And Brayden snorted. She said, Callie, looks like you picked up another stray. Mutts run together, I hear. And her little group of bimbos snicker. I pinched the bridge of my nose. I can see where this is going. Mean girl showing off for her fuck buddy. I'm tired and getting a headache, and I'm just not up for playing. Brayden went to speak, and I put my hand on his arm, shaking my head. I looked up and said, Brittany, is it? Callista is a friend of mine, unlike you, and I have neither the time, energy, desire, nor inclination to deal with your little gaggle of mean girls. I have had a very long, sleepless night, and I'm struggling not to snap. She sputters, who do you think you are? We are all here to prove to the king we are worthy, and I am just trying to weed out the weak links. And I said, well, pack your bags, because spreading your legs doesn't prove you are worthy of anything except a brothel, and I cannot and will not tolerate a bully. If you try to belittle Callista again, I will paint the walls red with your blood. She went to sputter something else out, and I alpha commanded, best get to step in, Brittany.
Chapter 4 Taking a Moment. Sebastian's POV.
I can't get Arabella out of my mind. Braden is right. There is something about her. It's not about how beautiful she is or her air of simple grace. It's deeper than that. I am hoping to figure it out when she comes in for her Q&A, which should be when this girl is done. I have figured out there are only 4 or 5 girls I am even remotely interested in. And after Brittany's breakfast fiasco, she's no longer one of them. But goddess, I wanted to throw Arabella over the table and fuck her eyeballs out. Paint the walls red. Damn, that was hot. Shit. This girl is done. I didn't even catch her name. She left and Kaiden said, "Where is your head, dude? You missed the last 3 interviews." I said, 3? I thought it was only the one. And he laughed. I heard the doors and looked up, watching her gracefully cross the floor. Fuck. My cock is trying to cut a hole in my jeans. She is stunning. She asks, "Shall I sit here?" And I almost come. What the fuck is wrong with me? I told her yes, and we began our little session. I learned where she was from, that she isn't close at all with her half-brother, and she preferred to travel to surrounding packs helping wolves in need. She asked if she could have something to sip on as she had a small headache. I had Kaiden hand her a water. I said I overheard her saying she didn't sleep well, and she said, I said I didn't sleep at all. Not well. I apologized for the misunderstanding, but I am sure we can find you a more accommodating room so you are comfortable. She replied, I love my room. The balcony is to die for. I just like sleeping with the fresh air, but I had to close the doors because the noise from upstairs kept me awake. If I had heard "Oh Goddess" screamed one more time, I would have pulled my hair out. Kudos to the Dicky Dipper, though. He had some pretty good stamina. I choked on my own spit and Kaiden and Braden lost their shit. She asked if we were done, and I dismissed her. The guys looked at me and said Dicky Dipper and laughed again. I said shut the fuck up, which only made them laugh harder. I am embarrassed. I never get embarrassed. Arg. We headed for lunch, and I mentioned not seeing Arabella. Braden went to send someone to find her, but Callista said she was catching a short nap before competition. And now I feel even worse. What the fuck is wrong with me? I called a server over and asked that a tray be set up with a sandwich and some fruit and brought to her room before competition. And I hear Brittany say to Callista, "Your little friend already too tired? I can't wait to eliminate her today." And I am sat here wondering if her voice has always been so irritating. And I damned sure didn't think she was a mean girl. Not good at it. But still. I am walking around watching the girls get in position, and why the fuck do I keep catching a scent of jasmine and vanilla? It is the most intoxicating scent I have ever smelled, and now it's gone. And Eros is being a dick. I search the field and spy her. I see her showing Callista how to hold her bow and how to knock her arrow. Standing behind her, she helps Callista fire and hits the target in the 3rd ring. Callista laughs and does a little dance. Kinda cute. I can't take my eyes off Arabella. She's wearing leggings and a sports bra, and oh my goddess, her ass. Brittany walks over to me and says, "Baby, come watch me shoot my arrow." Arabella's head swivels in our direction and spins back, firing her arrow straight into the bullseye. And I mean, right on the money. I walked over to the archery field with Brittany and stood watching a few minutes. Arabella hit the bullseye 5 times in a row and returned her bow to the rack after oiling it. And I think, she takes care of her things. Brittany said, "Watch, baby." And I said, "Call me out of my name again, and you can go home to Daddy." I linked Braden and let him know Brittany was most likely going home tonight unless something drastic happens. Arabella grabs Callista's hand, and they head to the gun range. I love that she saw Callista needed a friend and went out of her way to be just that. Wait, what? I love it? Where the fuck did that come from? The shooting range is set up like an obstacle course with random targets popping up in the way. The girls will be running in teams of 2. And Arabella brought Callista with her to gear up. Callista says she has never shot before, and Arabella told her to trade out guns with her when she asks, and everything will be fine. And smiled so sweetly my breath caught. I asked Eros what was going on with us, and nothing, crickets. Brittany says to Candace, "Oh look, the 2 losers teamed up, guess we know who goes home tonight." And Arabella turned, looked directly at me, then at Brittany, and grinned so evilly the devil would hide, and says, "That's 2. 1 at breakfast, 1 now. You have 1 more shot at coming for Callista to try and make your pitiful existence seem acceptable. 1 more, because when you do, and Goddess knows there isn't an if, it is when, because you're entirely too ignorant to stop, when you take 1 more cheap shot at her, I will punch you in the mouth so hard, you will be chewing your food with the teeth in your ass." She grabbed Callista's hand and went to stand on the starting line. Kaiden was laughing so hard he was lying on the ground. Brayden had his head down and his shoulders were shaking. Brittany looked like a fish out of water, and everyone else just hurried to the line. I turned and walked several yards away with my back to the crowd. Kaiden says, "Get back over here. You have to judge." I linked back, "Be right there. I am taking a moment."
Chapter 5, Just the Way You Are. Arabella's POV.
I am fuming. I went to my room to meditate with my mom. I absolutely dislike getting so upset with anyone. But I can't handle a bully. I was bullied every day. I allowed it to make me stronger. But Callista isn't me, and I will be damned before I let her be bullied. Mom links me and says, "Calm, my daughter. You will do what needs doing when it needs to be done." I whispered, "I'm trying not to hate her, Mom, and I'm worried when I beat her ass. And I will, that I am doing it for the wrong reason." Mom says, "Sweetheart, there is no wrong reason with a bully." I sobbed and whimpered. She called him baby, Mom, and my mom's arms were around me, holding me to her. She rocked me back and forth and said that girl is his past. Already, he can't get you out of his head. She kissed my forehead, and then she was gone. She can't stay here anymore because Zeus was angry she walked among us for so long and fell for the alpha, having me. He forced her back to her realm and locked her in. She can only pop in now. I climbed out of the shower and dressed, slipping on a light blue sweater dress and navy tights with cute ankle boots. With a feeling of dread, I opened the door to the dining hall and found my seat next to Callista. She is so unassuming and sweet. Why anyone would be mean to her is beyond me. I smell fresh cut grass and mint, and damn it, it has me clenching my thighs. I release my scent just enough to tease, and I see him scent the air and pull it back. He looks so confused, I giggle. We laughed and talked all through dinner. Brittany kept her distance from her, but I caught her glaring at me, and I would just smile sweetly. I got up to walk mine and Callista's dishes to the kitchen, and Sebastian said my name, Arabella. "Yep, thanks." Soaked my panties. Nice going there, Buster, with that SXY as fuck voice, making me all weak-kneed and shit. A voice said, "You know I'm king, right? And can open a mind link with anyone." And I said, "Kill me now." And he laughed. A hot SXY sound. "Shut up, Arabella." He laughed again, and I said, "That's getting annoying. Don't read my mind." He said, "I'm sorry. I automatically did it when I touched your arm to let you know we have people to do that. But then your words were too enjoyable that I kept listening." I smiled and said, "I'll mind my thoughts around you then. But dishes, yeah, I don't mind, and besides, I need more coffee." He said, "Okay, we'll see you in the music room, yeah." And I just nodded. When I walked out, Brayden came over and said, "Have you been watching Boss?" "I think the bond is getting to him," I said. "It's starting to." I release my scent when he walks into a room, and little touches, He's feeling it, just doesn't know what it is. And we laugh as we walk to the music room. Girls were singing and playing guitar, all trying to impress Sebastian. I knew I would do my best to impress him when it was my turn, but it was fun. I looked around for Callista, and I could hear her whimpering outside the doors. I listened a second longer when I heard her say, "No, no, I'll stop," and I jumped for the doors. Brittany had Callista pinned to the wall at her throat with her forearm, and I never stopped moving, grabbing her by the hair of her head and dragged her as out the back door. I spoke to her the whole way. "I warned you. I told you. You had one shot left. But did you listen? No, you didn't listen. You think because you are strong enough to run your cocksucker, you're strong enough to fight me? Well, let's see, bimbo." And I threw her on the ground, crouching down in warrior stance. She charged me and I stepped back and to the left and popped her with a right hook, right in her mouth. She hit the ground and I walked back inside saying, "I told her she'd be chewing food out her ass." And the guys started laughing. I walked to Callista and wrapped her up in my arms and said, "Come on, it's our turn to sing." She said, "You're going to get in trouble for that, you know. I'm worried. Please don't leave me here alone. You are the only person who ever stood up for me." I told her not to worry. I wasn't leaving her, and when I was queen, she could stay forever. And we laughed and laughed. Then I remembered I could link Sebastian. I asked him, "Am I in trouble?" And he answered, "As far as I could tell, she was the protagonist, and you defended someone against a bully. Essentially, you're a hero. So no, you aren't in trouble." But I must say, that was some funny shit. And I giggled. I turned to Callista that it's all good. I'm not in trouble. The king decided Brittany was the instigator. She said, "What? How do you know that?" I said he linked me, and we talked about it. She said, "He links you? He doesn't link any of us." I just shrugged. I don't know why. I secretly know. Just he doesn't. I smiled at her and said, "You know Just the Way You Are by Bruno Mars?" She said, "Yes, why?" I told her because that's what we're singing. I sat down at the piano, played the intro, and began to sing. I sang the first stanza, then backed off so Callista could shine. And shine she did. I heard Sebastian say, "You are just a truly genuine person, aren't you?" And I just looked at him for a long moment and finished the last line with Callista, "Just the way you are."
Chapter 6, Something About Bella. Sebastian's POV.
I'm enjoying the music, nursing a whiskey, and I see Arabella grabbing Brittany by her hair and dragging her outside. I heard everything she said to her, and I'm failing to keep a straight face. And when it was over her saying, she told her she'd be chewing out her ass, I was done for. Kaiden and Braden were holding each other up, just laughing, good times. Then she linked me asking if she was in trouble in such a cute voice that even if she was, I would have lied. What? What is going on? My mind seems to be centering around Arabella, and that's not making me happy. I don't like being confused. I see her walk in the room and walk to the piano, and I suddenly feel like I can breathe again. What the fuck is this? We announced the girls who were going home, including Brittany, so there's 17 left. The girls all said good night, and I had the guys come to my office. I said, "I don't know what's happening to me. I can't get Arabella out of my mind. Eros will only talk to me when he's around her. I have a mind link with her that allows me to hear her thoughts, for Goddess' sake. What is wrong with me?" Kaiden says, "Hear me out. What if she is your mate? Your true mate? What if everything we were told is true? And we do still have true mates?" I said, "I don't remember a lot. A mate that fits you in every way seems like fantasy, and I don't remember the signs." Braden says we have a book in the library, but I remember scent is a sign scent, like jasmine and vanilla. Braden, go grab that book. Kaiden, run to the kitchen and get the coffee I just asked for. Kaiden says, "What are you going to do?" I'm pouring me a whiskey and getting over my confusion. We have been reading for 2 hours, each of us reading it separate, so we can bounce our interpretations off each other. Kaiden says, it says first sign is scent, and you have smelled that scent off and on since Bella got here. What if she knows she's your mate, but is hiding her scent for some reason? That wouldn't make sense, though. The book said it's our instinct to be with each other, he said. It would if she knows how you feel about mates, and she does know. You showed her her first night here by fucking Candace all night long. Fuck. I would hide my scent too. So okay. We have decided scent isn't helping. How else can we tell? Brayden said, touch. It says once you touch, the bond gets stronger, and sparks where your skin meets. I haven't felt sparks, tingles, not sparks. And as far as touch goes, she laid her hand on my arm after dinner, and I damned near came in my jeans. In my fucking jeans. How's that for a touch? And they busted out laughing. Like this isn't my life we're talking about here. I meet the most gorgeous woman I have ever seen in my life, and she got me over here ejaculating in my jeans like I'm 14. I look up and say, what? They laughed even harder and said, you said that out loud. After we calmed down a little bit, Brayden says, maybe she hides them. The sparks. Maybe she hides them like she hides her scent. That actually makes sense. What if she's my mate? Kaiden said. Don't reject her. Get to know her, I said. I'm not going to reject her. I want her. I'm halfway to loving her already. I said I didn't want to take a mate. Not that I didn't want one. I just stopped believing in the whole mate deal a long time ago. Brayden said, what if it's true? What if we remembered what it is supposed to be like and start fixing this mess our dad started? What if she's your mate? Will we all get mates? Will I have one? A flash of light through the window, and there stood Mother Selene. She pointed at me and said, you accept Bella as your true mate? I said I do. Then she shocked me and said, you have some apologizing to do even though it's your past. She watched it happen too, only with a broken heart. She had it rough, but she loves you. And because of her and her love for you. Are you still standing? I said. I don't understand. I just met her last night. She watched me. Selena says, not my story to tell. She will tell you when she realizes you are accepting her. My daughter is honest to a fault. She says what she means, and she certainly means what she says now. You have trouble coming. It isn't a little trouble. It is a lot of trouble. 2 alphas are in collusion to take you down. They are rounding up rogues and hiring mercenaries. They want you dead, but abdication wouldn't work. They will kill you anyway. Don't ask me who or where or when. That's as much as I can tell you, and I can't interfere. I have to get back or Zeus will zap me. And just like that, she was gone. I am amazed. Then I laugh. I roar with it. Kaiden said, dude, what's wrong? Are you okay? I said, as okay as I can be. My mother-in-law is the fucking moon goddess, and she hates me. Family dinner should be a blast. And they fall off their chairs laughing. We were running through alphas who may be disgruntled or gone rogue, trying to figure out who the 2 might be. It's frustrating. There are 220 alphas I rule over. It could be anybody. Kaiden said, I'm working on an algorithm to perform a few filters with specific keywords, and it will deplete the amount exponentially. But it will probably take me all night. I said, can it run in the background while you sleep? I asked him. He said, yeah, I couldn't sleep. Every thought was Arabella. I want to smell her so bad. I hold her while she sleeps. Be there when she wakes up. She has to be my mate, right? She's my mate. Yeah, she's something. There's just something about Bella.
Chapter 7, I Accept You But, Arabella's POV.
I roll over onto my back AMD stretch out, pointing my toes to stretch my calves and roll to hop out of bed, only to hop on someone. I look into his eyes and say, "Why are you in my bed?" And he answers with a question, "Are you my mate?" I said, "Are you here to reject me now?" He said, "Goddess, no. I am here to accept you." I put my hand over his mouth and said, "Before you do, I have to tell you my story." He nodded. I said, "When I was born, my mother had to leave that night. Zeus had found her, and to punish her, locked her in her realm. She can visit here, but no longer than 15 minutes. Or Zeus shocks her back with a lightning bolt. She says it hurts. Bad. Every summer, I spent 2 weeks with her. She's really the best mom. It's the only place I was ever happy. When I was younger, I stayed at the orphanage. I mean, my father couldn't have a half goddess, half wolf hanging around, could he? I am the bastard child after all. My half-brother Ezekiel is a twat waffle, and my biggest bully. He and his friends beat me up, tormented me, locked me up. It was horrid. When my father was murdered, I was sent to boarding school, and I thought it would be a blessing. It wasn't. It was worse. They beat me, locked me in closets, shoved me downstairs, and closed me in lockers. I just kept keeping my head down and taking double courses so I could get my degrees, and no one would torment me again. My mom was my only solace, and she was safe. When I was 10, she told me who my mate is, and why he is my mate. That we would have a rough start, but mates work through everything. And then my lesson was to study my mate, learn about the umbral wolf, watch his mannerisms, and learn the foods he likes, his favorite habits. So I did. For 8 years. I watched and I learned, and I hurt, and got angry, frustrated. I suffered with my self-esteem, and I couldn't even blame you. You don't follow the moon goddess doctrine. You don't believe in fated mates, and you didn't fall in love with me, so you didn't have to wait. By this time I'm crying, and he just held me. He stretched us out on the bed, and he held me. He said, "You fell in love with me?" I said, "Yeah, I guess I did." "That's all you took away from all that?" He said, "No, but it was the most important one. Your mom couldn't help with what was happening. You being hurt?" I said, "No, she can't interfere with her wolves. It is one of Zeus's most absolute laws. Even if I died, well, bad example, I'm immortal." He looked down and said, "We will be together forever?" Then he grinned and pulled me to him in a kiss. I backed away. "We have been together forever. Our wolves are the first wolves. Eros can explain. I want today. Before you accept me, I want the other two gone. You know what, too. And I want to compete in the sparring competitions. After that, we will accept each other." He smiled and said, "Deal?" I said, "Deal. Now scoot so I can get ready." He smacked my as and stopped at the door and said, "Will you stop hiding your scent and our sparks?" I smiled and nodded and let loose. He breathed in deep and grinned like a boy. I walked into breakfast and saw Sebastian scenting me in, and he grinned at me and winked. I smiled back and sat beside Callista and asked, "What are your plans when this is over?" She said, "I was hoping to be with you. Things aren't good at my home. Most of the time I don't exist. Unless some chore isn't done or something gets broken, then everyone remembers me." I said, "So you really want to stay with me?" She nods. I say, "Even if it's in a castle?" Her eyes got bigger. I said, "Don't squeal and don't tell. Sebastian is my true mate. I am the daughter of the moon goddess and an alpha." She slapped her hands over her mouth and started bouncing in her seat. Sebastian links me, laughing. "I take it you told her. She's taking it well." I looked at him and giggled. I told him, "My mom said to release the sense that she took when everyone turned from her doctrine." He linked back, "Let's wait until dinner. It will be great to watch people find each other." I agreed. It would be fun. We got out to the training field. I was all feeling myself. My mate was going to accept me. I have a best friend, and she's staying with me. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. I stepped up to the front of the crowd of girls and sang loud enough for the guys to hear. Y'all saw what happened yesterday, so I can either knock all y'all out and declare I am the winner, or y'all can quit now and I won't knock you out. And Candace bitch slapped me. I spun and punched her in the temple, and she dropped like a stone. I said next, and nobody moved. I turned and looked at the guys. They were too busy laughing. I said, "What do I do?" And Sebastian said, "Life with you will never be boring." I smiled and said, "Yeah, but what do I do about the women?" He linked dismiss them. "You are the Queen Luna." I turned back to the women and said, "Sparring competition is over. You all have free time until after lunch. The king has some business to attend to." He looked at me surprised, then started laughing, smacking my as I walked past him. I walked into the kitchen. I'm in the mood for baking. I introduce myself and tell the ladies I would take care of dessert for lunch and dinner today. Callista said she would help, but mostly she wore everything. I made baklava, apple tarts, and a whipped chocolate mousse lasagna. A woman steps into the kitchen and says, "What do you think you're doing?" I said, "Baking." "Captain Obvious." She snarled, "He belongs to me. My father has it arranged. My dad said so." I looked at her, said, "Wua mother chica. You're gonna pop a blood vessel. Who are you now?" She spits, "I am Celia Summers. I am the queen. I am the one he fucks every night. He has been promised to me." I look up to see Sebastian and the guys and say, "Nope, pretty sure. The other night he said suck it, Candace," and she did. Then he slammed her head into the headboard all night, and your name ain't Candace. I spun and walked to the garden. Sebastian followed me out and said he was so sorry. I stopped him and said, "I accept you, but—"
Chapter 8 Kaiden did it. Sebastian's POV.
I look over at the guys and say, "She dismissed me. She looked me dead in the eye and said I had business to take care of." They're laughing again. It seems to be happening a lot. Kaiden have Candace brought in, and then Celia. I have a mate. Candace walks in the office, and I explain to her that we can no longer be together, that she is not the one for me. She starts to cry and said she thought I liked her blowjobs and why. I said she couldn't run a kingdom on blowjobs and please don't cause a scene. She kept crying but said she would leave quietly. Celia came in 6-inch stilettos and a latex bodycon dress looking exactly like the slut she is, and said, "Hi, handsome, wanna have fun?" Kaiden says gross and Brayden laughed. She whirled on them and said, "Leave. The fuck?" I said, "You never speak to a royal like that again." I was going to try and do this nicely. Spare your feelings, but no, just no. Pack your shit. You're going home. You were never in the running anyway. And she exploded, like 0-60 in 2 seconds. She says, "My father said I would be queen, and I will be. You signed the alliance." "I was the trade," I said. "What the fuck are you talking about?" "What alliance?" Kaiden says. I think she means the agreement for warrior training, see? That's the only deals we had with the Summers and Black Pine Pack. I said pack and leave. I looked at Kaiden and said look into Summers. She may just be crazy, but it might be something. I got a link about a disturbance in the kitchen that I may want to witness. So I explained and said let's go, men. We get there and Celia is spilling her vitriol and Arabella is maintaining her cool. And then she let her know in no uncertain terms that Celia was not the one in my bed, and I felt my world crash and burn, knowing it was all my fault. I saw Arabella speed to the garden and linked Kaiden to get rid of it. I walk into the garden and start with "I am so sorry," and she stops me with "I accept you." But I look at her, but, yes, but, She nods and I say, let's go to my office to discuss her terms. Linking Kaiden, I am not to be disturbed. We're sitting here, and she's on my lap, and I'm quietly waiting. She looks at me and says, I, Arabella Cerces, accept you, King Alpha Sebastian McCallum, as my mate. And I kissed her nose. I said, I, King Alpha Sebastian McCallum, accept you, Arabella Cerces, as my mate, my Luna and my queen. And her butts. And she giggled while I kissed her. I said, before you tell me your butts, I need you to listen and let me speak without stopping, or I will never get it out. She nodded, so here goes nothing. My parents aren't true mates. My father had school curriculum changed to eliminate the goddess doctrine. His beta drew up all the necessary laws, and they had the council pass it. All copies of the doctrine were destroyed, shredded, burned, but they were all gone, except one, in the library, under lock and key. Kaiden and Braden and I are in the process of setting things to right. She says, they're brothers? I will be damned. Makes sense, though. I chuckled and said, I didn't grow up knowing the moon goddess plan. I was told my whole life that we just fall in love, or choose someone compatible, so I decided if I couldn't have a mate, I didn't want one and I could just fuck my way through life. I have never regretted anything in my life like I regret that I hurt you. I will never be able to apologize enough. I am falling in love with you, and I can't stand that I caused you such pain. She sat on my lap, playing with her fingers. When she spoke, her voice was low. She said, but you have to love me forever. And on days when my doubts creep in, when I feel like I'm not quite enough, love me a little harder, a little louder. I said, done and done. She jumped up and ran around the desk saying she needs a quick shower and my bed has to go. Even though no one has slept in it, but me, 6 women have lain on it. And she said that's a no, so I am arranging to have a bed replaced and meeting my mate in the dining hall. I brought her to her seat beside me. I stood and asked for attention. Once everyone had quieted down, I said, I have wonderful news. For me, for our pack, for our entire kingdom. I have found my true mate. The one the moon goddess made just for me. Allow me to introduce my mate. I pulled her to her feet and hugged her to me and said, Arabella Cerces, our Luna. Everyone claps. Then they had questions, not believing it is real, and I linked Bella and said, baby. Release sense, please. She smiled such an angelic smile my breath stuttered. And then all hell broke loose. Callista was walking back into the room and Kaiden had her up and over his shoulder and off to his room. Braden stood in the corner with a very handsome warrior named Corey. Hun, who knew? It happened about 25 times and I am awestruck. Arabella and I were back in the office just enjoying time. I told her I loved dessert and she can bake for me anytime. She laughed and said, I bake when I am happy. And I was very happy today. I woke up with a hot mate in my bed, got to knock a bitch out, and helped our pack find love. I swooped in and lifted her, spinning her around. I said, you said our pack. Braden and Corey walked in and Kaiden and Callista followed them in. Arabella looked over at Callista and gasped. She said, you did the dirty. You did, didn't you? Oh girl, deets. And Callista turned beet red and shook her head. Bella just laughed. And then she said, is that a bite? Are you marked? Callista, looking like a deer in headlights, said, Kaiden did it.
Chapter 9, Becoming Pack, Arabella's POV.
I opened my eyes and laid very still. Something was different. I could hear someone breathing, and I started to panic. A deep voice beside me said, I can hear your heart racing. Did you forget we came to bed together? And I jumped about 3 feet, squealed and fell out of bed. And Sebastian roared. You know how? In that first new bloom of relationships. And you want everything to be perfect? Yeah, I think I'm failing at that. He scooped me up and slid me back into bed, and Kaising my nose said, "You aren't failing at anything, and everything is perfect, because it's you. I'm the relationship failure." I said, "First off, failure is not a word," and giggled. "Secondly, you can't fail one. If you've never had a relationship before, this is both of ours first relationship. It will be our last. No room for failure." He whispered, "I really am so sorry. I wish you were my first everything." I looked deep into his eyes. He really is sorry. I love this man, and I understand why he was such a whore. I said, "I am not upset about the girls you've been with. I was, but I'm not now. That being said, I'm not ready to have a physical relationship yet. It was only 3 nights ago. I was listening to audio porn and knowing my mate was the star. It's a little much." Then I laughed and said, "But hugs and kisses are good. I love you, Sebastian. I have loved you for a very long time." He rolled over so he was half straddling me and put his lips to mine gently. He ran his tongue back and forth on my lower lip. Then he nipped it with his teeth, and I gasped. His tongue slipped past my lips, and the heat inside my mouth had my toes curling. He deepened it, and I moaned into it. I had never felt anything like it, and my pissy responded in kind, soaking my panties into my sleep shorts. Sebastian finished the kiss and said, "Goddess baby, if I had known what it meant to have a mate, I would have searched for you." That kiss was the most intense thing I have ever experienced. Ugh, I can smell your arousal, and it's killing me. I am blushing, but I can't help it. He leans back down and kisses me again before he headed to the door and said, "We are going to bring you and Callista into the pack this morning. I will feel so much better having all links online. Meet me in the office, yeah?" And I smiled and nodded. I jumped out of bed and squealed, doing a little dance. I have just been kised, not just kised. A long, deep, wet kiss that had me ready to beg that man to fuck me. Damn, some experience can be a good thing. Laughing, I headed to the shower. We have all gathered in Sebastian's office, and Callista and I are catching up on everything that's happened. She looks so happy, and I am just so happy for her. Sebastian asks for everyone's attention. He said, "This is going to be a long day. We have a few things to do right now and then several things to discuss and prepare for. First order of business, Callista, please come forward." She looked at me with wide eyes, and I stood with her to stand in front of Sebastian. "We have to work on my girl's confidence." Sebastian swore her into the pack, endorsing her as beta female, and I squeaked. I said, "You are my right-hand lady, my best friend, and now my right hand. Seleni's in her heavens, and all's right with my world." Everyone chuckled, and I hear Corey say, "Excitable little thing, isn't she?" And Brayden told him he has no idea. I stuck my tongue out at them. Sebastian had Bray and Corey in front of him next. He asked Corey if he accepted being gamma male alongside his mate. When Corey answered affirmatively, Brayden sliced his palm and handed the dagger to Corey to do the same. They clasped palms, and we felt the power shift in the room, as it did when Callista became beta. Sebastian turned to me and pulled me in close. "Ready, my love?" I nodded eagerly. To be part of a pack again had me so excited. He says, "Do you, Arabella Circes, accept Sterling Moon Pack as your pack? Do you promise to defend and protect our people with your life? Do you swear your dedication, oath, and fealty to King Alpha Sebastian McCallum and Sterling Moon?" I said, "I do so solemnly swear." And when our bloodied palms met, I felt the connection of thousands of lives infuse my heart. I felt tears rolling down my cheeks, and Sebastian asked me what was wrong. I could only shake my head. I said, "Happy. I'm happy. I've been without pack 13 years. My half-brother refused to initiate me into the pack after my father died. It's been so long since Amaris has felt connected. We feel complete." Sebastian sat behind his desk, pulling me into his lap. He said, "We have several orders of business to discuss before we meet with council after lunch. I want my ducks in a row before I address that lot. First, primary and utmost importance. Luna ceremony, wedding and coronation. The full moon is in 10 days. Ceremony plans are almost completed because there was supposed to be a coronation after the final competition. My love, take a look at these plans and change everything to your preference: colors, flowers, menu. Anything you want. I looked up and said, well, as proposals go, yours sucked. And everyone laughed. He stood up and set me on my feet and got down on one knee, pulling a box from his pocket. He said, "You are the one person in my life I never knew I needed. I will spend eternity making up the pain I have caused. I am so happy and so very proud to call you mine. Will you do me the greatest honor and become my wife?" I squeaked and did a little dance, bouncing on my feet, and jumped into his arms, kissing him all over his face. Bray laughed. "I think that's a yes." And Sebastian said, "Baby." All I could do is nod and laugh. We sat back down after I stopped vibrating, and he said, "Callista, I would like you to start beta training so you learn what your duties will entail. Brayden, you and Corey are to decide upon a dozen warriors to become elite guards. They have to be loyal to a fault, and they are to undergo our most intense training in every form of combat. They are responsible, along with our gammas, for the safety and well-being of our two highest-ranking she-wolves. Kaiden, any news on who our enemies might be? We are flying blind right now, and I don't like it." Kaiden says, "The only unrest I have come across thus far is from Summers. He's blustering about his daughter and her failure to become queen, but there have been reports of groups of rogues gathering in several different areas and setting camps. I have already sent our best trackers to see what's going on with that. Also, brief reminder, your father, stepmother, and sister will be arriving tomorrow for the end of the competitions." I felt a wave of anger wash over the room and realized it's coming from Sebastian. He said, "My father is the one who demanded this tournament of cows, and we had a vehement discussion about it. We haven't been in a good place since he married that bitch of a stepmother, and forcing me to do this pissed me off more. He is coming here to gloat." I kissed his jaw and whispered, "It's just another bridge to cross when we come to it. Right now, I am hungry, and I'm too excited about becoming pack."
Chapter 10, Meeting the Folks. Sebastian's POV.
Bella and I are walking towards council chambers, with our inner circle flanking us. I like the sound of that. Our inner circle. I knew one day it would be complete. I didn't know that day would be today, and I never dreamed I would actually like the mates my best friends chose. I am realizing the entire purpose behind our goddess choosing our mates is so we are compatible in every way. And our inner circle is exactly that. I am proud of them all, and I see us doing great things together. I opened the doors, and we walked through to the front of the table. I asked Thomas on my right to start the shift seat down the line by 2. My gammas sit to my right. I looked at Edmund and said same thing. My betas always to my left. Then I stepped back and picked up the queen's chair to set it beside me on my right. She sat down and high-fives Brayden, and I chuckled saying, "Okay then, we're going with informal meeting today." I sat down and called the meeting to order. I said, "First order of business," as I took my Bella's hand. "I have found my queen, Arabella Cerces, and she is one of our blessed goddess chosen. Also, my inner circle is complete. These 5 people will always have my ear, and anything you are told by them will be considered my own words. They will be treated with respect, and everything they require will be acquiesced, without questions. The floor is now open for discussion." Thomas spoke first. And why am I not surprised? He is an old retired alpha from Mountain Crest Pack over on the Pacific Ocean. And a pain in my ass. You can't have chosen a mate. The competitions are only in their 5th day. You can't just take some random girl's hand and say, "Oh, she's my queen." There is a whole process set in place by your father, and we are to follow protocols. Your father has his preferences for you to choose from, and he has dictates that she has to meet to even be considered. See what I mean? I pinched the bridge of my nose, thinking I was right. This is going to be a long day, I said. My mate was always going to be my choice, not my father's, and certainly not any of yours. Now, Thomas, if any of that nonsense you just spouted is remotely accurate, I would be correct in assuming my father is still running this council. So, in effect, you have continued meeting with him and plotting my life, indicating to me you have tried to control my life since I ascended 5 years ago. What you have just so cavalierly admitted to this entire room is tantamount to treason. There will be an intense internal investigation into the priorities of this council, and adjustments will be made accordingly. Those of you found to be consorting with my father and either feeding into or following his agenda will be retired. Not asked to resign, forcibly retired, and I will discover the guilty parties. As we speak, your offices are being barricaded and will only be entered by investigation teams. I will not abide traitors in my midst. This meeting is adjourned. They all filed out the door, and Kaiden says, "Well, that went well," and we all laughed. It feels good to be so intimately connected to the 5 people sitting with me right now, I said. Well, let's continue on with everything we need covered today. It appears we are our own council, and we enjoyed a chuckle. Arabella said, I have gone over the plans for the ceremonies, and as there are 3 separate ones, I would like different flowers for each, roses for the Luna ceremony, changing to lilies and vining jasmine for our wedding, and orchids and violets for the coronation. I love the royal colors, and would like the royal blue and silver to remain the color scheme. I have decided on only 2 meals, one after our wedding and a larger one for after the coronation. They can eat breakfast without our help. The menu for the first meal is simple enough: 3 courses, appetizers, entrees, and dessert. The late evening meal will have 5. I will get with the kitchen staff later and update our head chef of the changes. Callista, I will need your help amending emails to be sent out to the invited masses to update them of the changes. Also, would you alert the designers and tailors about fittings and fabric showings? You and I need 4 gowns each for that day. Sebastian, do you think I should ask your sister to be one of my attendants? I don't know her, haven't even met her, and I honestly have no idea how that works. I have Callista as my maid of honor. And Corey, will you stand with me as my second? Corey said, It is my honor, Luna, and I sit here, blown away. She looked at a folder of party plans and made it her own in a matter of minutes. She amazes me. Callista said, I don't know who the tailors are. I know where the designers are. But how do I contact them? And Kaiden kaises her temple and says, isolate their pack links and just tell them what you need add. By the order of the queen, and you will have them stepping and fetching. And we all laughed. I looked at Ma Bell and said, My Ammer, I would prefer you do not ask my stepsister to be a part of our day. We don't like each other, and she has a tendency to be a bit of a bitch, and Brayden pipes in with, a bit? She is a full-blown, over-the-top, out-of-control viper-spitting bitch. And Corey says, Damn, dude, tell us how you really feel. We cracked up. We had just eaten lunch, and Arabella went to help the kitchen staff bring the remaining desserts she had baked, along with fresh coffee. I adore that she treats everyone with the same respect and aplomb she would offer to royalty. The staff love her as much as I do. My breath caught in my throat. I love her. I really love her, and I can't imagine my life without her. I sit here, mulling that over, and the dining hall doors slam open, my fuming father filling the frame with his presence. Kaiden mumbles, And here we go. He storms into the room with his family, and wait, what, Alpha and Celia Summers following? Why are they here? My father bellows, How dare you? You call off the competition, sending the girls home in shame, and choose a nobody to mate. It was decided who would be queen. You will stay the course and take whom I have chosen to wed. Eros was beating at my brain to be released. I am fighting him back, trying to save my father's life, and I hear the voice of an angel in my head. She says, Eros, my love, take deep breaths. I am coming. Calm, sweet wolf. And I realize Amaris has just damned near put my 8-foot wolf to sleep. He has never felt so calm in my head. I looked at my father, his homely wife, and her daughter, Shauna, in turn. I then looked at Alpha Summers, standing beside Celia, and asked him, Why are you here? He said, I have a contract with your father. Celia is to be queen. The competition was just subterfuge, and Celia would have been voted the winner by the council. And you will honor the contract or else. I looked back at my father, never taking my eyes from him, and asked, And was my father still king when he signed a contract dictating my life with you? Summers said no. And I said, Then that contract is useless. Please do explain what your or else threat alludes to. I find myself quite intrigued. I hear chatter behind us, and I turn to watch Arabella carrying a pot of coffee with the kitchen staff wheeling in dessert trays. She smiled so sweetly at me, and as I watched, in seemingly slow motion, Shauna stepped to her and slapped the pot out of Arabella's hands, splattering her with hot coffee everywhere. Shauna spits, This skank is who you deserted my best friend for. And everyone is silent until my Arabella says, Well, this isn't how I pictured meeting the folks. And our inner circle crack up.
Chapter 11, Suck My Left Nut, Shauna, Arabella's POV.
Holy hotness! That coffee was hot. I ran into the kitchen and washed my face and arms, already feeling the sting subsiding. I turned to Chef and said, Wish me luck. And she just laughed, so I head back to the dining room. I entered to flat-out chaos. The cacophony of shouting was deafening. I stepped to my seat and yelled, Enough, everyone, sit your asses down. And they did. They actually did. I looked at each newcomer in turn. Then I spoke, Hello, Alpha McCallum. Mrs. McCallum. I am Arabella Circes. I am Sebastian's goddess-given mate. It wasn't a question of him choosing a mate, settling for less than the goddess intended. It never has been. I was not sent here by accident. More like divine intervention. I am not certain what you have hoped to achieve by denying the moon goddess doctrines, by denying your people the right to their goddess-given right to a fated mate. But what I do know is your reign is over, and now a greater man stands in your stead. I had planned to express my gratitude to you for raising Sebastian to be such a good man, a strong man. But now I see my mate is who he is. In spite of you. Not because of you. You should be ashamed of yourselves, all of you. Kaiden links Sebastian. I think the queen has arrived. And Sebastian chuckles back. She is a constant source of amazement. I look around the table and say, We can all discuss this like the mature adults we are. Or we can go our separate ways and forget this fiasco ever happened. Somehow, I doubt the latter will occur. So let's open this conversation and keep it civil. Alfred McCallum spoke. You have no right to question me, girl. You think the moon goddess assigns each of us someone who will love us unconditionally? Automatically? You think that would be a gift? To be forced into a lifelong relationship with someone we don't even know? That is a curse. A curse, you foolish girl. How ignorant must you be to believe that is in any way acceptable? Sebastian roared, Arabella is your queen, and you will behave accordingly. Alfred looks at Sebastian and said, Never raise your voice to me again, boy. You have no idea what I have gone through. The sacrifices I have made to make certain you were born with every advantage and strength only the strongest genes could provide. The lengths I have gone to arrange the most advantageous match to the crown. I have done everything for you, and for this kingdom, and I will not sit idly by while this usurper makes a move to undo any of my hard work. you ungrateful whelp. I interlaced my fingers with his and whispered, I got this. They have to see me handle confrontation. If we hope for any kind of respect, my handsome mate. He squeezed my hand and took several deep breaths. I said, I am neither foolish nor ignorant, though I do have my moments, but for the most part, nope. Neither of those things. I can see your point, but I don't understand your reasoning. Unless you found your fated mate, and she didn't want you. Or no, you did find her, didn't you? And she didn't meet your high standards. I'm right, aren't I? That is exactly what happened. Was your mate not good enough, Alfred? Because, allow me to explain the goddess doctrine. Selene waits until we are 18, with most of us, then matches our souls with one she believes to be most compatible with us. We identify this person by scent and touch. Our wolves automatically recognize the other half of their soul. 3 irrefutable signs that is our mate. Now, I explained that to tell you this. Our goddess only matches the souls of her wolves. Is this registering with you? Because I really need you to follow along. Our wolves instinctively draw us close to our mate, needing that soul connection. But, and this is a very big but, because it is important, our human side has a myriad of emotions our wolf counterparts cannot decipher. They have 5 things running a litany through their mind at all times: pack, hunt, eat, fight, and mate. That's it. That's the only things that run perpetually through their heads. Humans now, they are complicated. So many emotions they struggle to cope some days. And over half of those emotions are negative. And weaker humans simply allow the negative emotions to prevail. So, as I have said, the goddess simply reunites us with the other half of our wolf's soul. It is solely up to the human to want to pursue their mate. Purely human emotions that allow us to fall in love, to find happiness, to spend our lives with our mate. We have to want to love them, or acceptance is off the table. So again, Alfred, I ask you, was your mate not good enough? The table erupts with everyone talking at once and getting louder. Sebastian leans over to me and whispers, I am so hard right now I could drive nails. Goddess, I love you. I busted out laughing and everyone looked our way. And not happily, I might add. Alfred gives me the stank eye and sneers. My life in no way concerns you, girl. The doctrines are nonsense. Fairy tales told to children at bedtime. I refuse to allow my people to dwell in a fantasy land. They were in need of a reality check, and my council agreed. To teach a fallacy to an entire of kingdom is ludicrous. I will not stand idly by as my son undoes everything I have done. Sebastian roars, these are my people and my kingdom, and you have no further say in the running of it. A flash of light through the back doors, and the goddess, Selene, stands in our midst. I rose and walked into her arms and kiss her cheek. I say, hi, Mom, and the new members just gape at her. She walks over, holding my hand, and leans down to kiss Sebastian's cheek and whispers, hello, my son, let Mom take care of this. And she sits down. She says, oh, coffee, I miss earthly things. But coffee? I miss coffee the most. And pours herself a cup. She looks at me and says, I have a full 30 minutes to spend today because Zeus was watching this bullshit with me. A full half hour, and I have to waste it with these morons. And looks around the table while the inner circle laugh. She says, hello, Alfred. Still pissed off at me, it seems. Did you want to ask me how Rebecca is doing? No? Well, allow me to tell everyone a little story. 30 years ago, Alfred met a charming little Theta she-wolf, Rebecca, one of my favorite wolves, a good girl. A strong wolf, heart of gold, that one. He was disappointed. Felt she wasn't queenly enough, and even though his wolf begged and pleaded, Alfred rejected his fated mate. And Alfred, how is your wolf? Bentley is a good wolf. Another of my favorites. He will be reunited with the other half of his soul soon enough. Your influence has stretched far and wide, Alfred. I am equally shocked and appalled. I have been prevented from interfering in the earthly realm, and as such, had to wait for my daughter to come of age to rectify your mistakes. I never gave up on my wolves. I have continued matching their souls, just kept the indicator of said mates hidden. You have no idea the domino effect you have brought to bear, Alfred. I had such hopes for you. You could have been a great king. You had been blessed as my anointed. Such a disappointment. Ah, Summers, your turn. You rejected your true mate in favor of money and notoriety. Look at you. Your true mate committed suicide. Her wolf was so heartbroken she couldn't handle the pain. Especially when you left her standing in the pouring rain to go fuck that whore you mated. Didn't know that, did you? Once your mate is recognized, any sexual touch of another causes your mate severe physical pain. Rejecting your mate is serious. It causes untold strife. And Celio, poor, pathetic, pitiful Celia, Sebastian is not your mate. He would never even choose you. You are a self-serving, entitled little slut who spreads her legs for every swinging dick you lay eyes on. Such queenly behavior. Shauna, you may want to change your ways, find a heart. Clean up your act a bit, and for goddess sakes, someone tell this girl less is more. Do you have to remove that makeup with a putty knife? Your mate will most likely reject you if you don't change your behaviors. With that, she stood and turned to face Sebastian and me. Shauna screamed out, "Who are you to determine what my mate does? And where did you even come from? You don't know me. You don't know anything about me." My mom laughs, such a tinkling sound, and looks at Shauna, points at her own chest, and says, "Moon goddess Shauna, my children, I leave you with plenty of things to think about and many more to discuss. But I must leave you now, oh, and one more thing, suck my left nut, Shauna." And she poofed out a dodge.
Chapter 12. The Math Ain't Mathing. Sebastian's POV.
My Arabella crawls into my lap and snuggles around me. Within seconds of me wrapping her in my arms, she is lightly snoring. Braden smiles and says, "Little sister is worn out. Too much drama." My eyes widened and I said, "You've claimed her." And all four of them nodded. I felt such warmth and peace enter my heart, and I smiled. I said, "Our little Topo Kai Segola is creating a family." Kaiden laughed and said, "She may not like being called a squeaky mouse, though." And we all laughed. He's probably right. I look up and say, "We are moving this to the conference room. Every one of you be there in a half hour." As I passed the sofa, I grabbed a throw off the back so I can keep Arabella warm. We were all waiting for my father and his entourage, talking quietly so as to not wake Ma Belle. I am falling deeper and deeper for her every second. The urge to protect her is overwhelming, and as if his sole purpose on this planet was to destroy my happiness, my father enters the room with his little group, and I find myself wondering why Shauna and Celia are here. And where the hell is my stepmother? I waved my hand to the opposite side of the table, indicating that is where they sit. Cherie barely sat her as in the chair before she snarked, "She just going to stay in your lap like that? She doesn't have a room?" I replied, "I fail to see how that concerns you. But because talking about my mate is my second favorite thing to do, the first being talking to her, I'm indulging you with an answer. Yes, she is, and yes, she does." And we all laughed. I said, "Why are you both here, Cherie?" "Shauna," Shauna said, "Father asked to be here, as I witnessed the agreement between Alpha Summers and him, sealing your joining with Celia." I nodded and said, "I see. You're dismissed." She started to protest and Eros came forth and snarled, "Now." And two things happened. Shanna hauled us out of the room, and my squeaky mouse held true to her name. She squeaked and sat up in my lap, rubbing her eyes and said, "What I miss?" And we all laughed again. I explained we had just begun discussing this agreement that was made with neither my knowledge nor permission. She says, "Ah, you may continue." and leans back against my chest. Kaiden cracks up, and even Callista snickers. This girl, I look at my father and say, Alfred, pass a copy of the agreement over to Kaiden. I want to see what I offered to pay for Summer's cow. I turned to Celia and said, the only thing you need to know about any of this is this agreement is null and void. I was never, and never will be, even thinking of choosing you. I slept with you once, and it wasn't that good. Should have given you a hint when I never repeated it. You are dismissed. As she left, Corey says, thank Goddess. The stench of her arousal was making me want to throw up. I could smell the stench of at least 5 men. And again, we laughed. Alpha Summers slammed his fists and screams, that is my daughter you are denigrating. And Arabella answers in the same tone, and she is a whore. And everyone sat a few moments, and she looks at all of us and says, what? I thought we were playing State the Obvious. And that did us all in. Braden fell out of his chair, and that made Kaiden laugh so hard he fell out of his good times. Alfred jumps up and screams at me. This is how you conduct your meetings? This travesty of a conference? You make a mockery of the throne, casting aspersions on the very crown. And Eros roared, sit down, and he sat immediately. I said, this is hardly a meeting, and definitely not a conference. It is a, by my grace, conversation to indulge 2 old men in their dotage, so mind your tongue, or you will lose it. Kaiden mind-links me. You aren't going to like this. This agreement is fuked up 7 ways from Sunday, all to benefit Summers, while you get, well, Celia. Summers would be granted counsel status with lead counsel as his title. He was to receive 42,000 acres attached to his packlands to the north. Granted, half of it is mountainous terrain, but still a good chunk of land. And his son, his heir, was to have his pick of any of the high-ranking females that lost the competition. I linked back, and Alfred gets what, he said. I'm still reading. There's 4 more pages. I will get back to you. I looked at Summers and said, tell me about this agreement. I haven't read it. He looks at me suspiciously and says, why? I reply, because if it's not too outrageous, I might be able to comply with some of the conditions. I want us to remain allies. He visibly relaxes and says, it wasn't too much, really. I was offered a seat on the council and a bit of land on the northern part of my border. I sat there, looking at him for a long moment. I have found this to be a beneficial interrogation tactic. Makes them squirm. I wrapped my mouse in my arms and breathed her in. Immediately, Eros is soothed. That never ceases to astound me. I looked up at Alfred and Summers. I spoke to Summers, where is your son? And he said, why? Arabella mumbles. He says why a lot. Is he stupid? The why is obvious. Oh, I get it. It's a delaying tactic. And we all just sat there and looked at her. She looks up and her eyes settle on each of us a moment. Then her eyes get huge and she says, said that out loud, right? Note to self, keep thinking thoughts inside the head and close the mind link, as she facepalms, and we all laugh. And Summers clears his throat. I raise my eyebrows at him. Just as Kaiden comes into my link, nothing. Your father gets nothing. I said, that makes no sense. Alfred is an excellent negotiator. I said, Summers, is your son here, in my kingdom, in my home? He stutters out, yes, Alpha, I say. And why was I not informed another Alpha was in my home? Why did he not greet me properly? And you, Alfred, why would you be negotiating an agreement with no benefit to you? Something isn't adding up, gentlemen. I want the 2 of you, along with your son, Summers, in my office by 9 in the morning. And you'd better have answers. You better pray I accept your answers. I will charge you both with treason. Something is off about this whole thing. The math ain't mathing.
Chapter 13. I think I peed a little. Arabella's POV.
My poor mate. I am lying here running my hand through his hair. He has had a lot thrown at him the last 5 days. He was involved in a competition he didn't want, met his mate he didn't want, dealt with a council he doesn't want, and now has to handle his father. And he doesn't want to do that either. Sebastian chuckles beside me and says, "Shut your link," I say. "I swear I shut it." "And I thought you were sleeping," he said. "You never shut it when you think you do. And while I could teach you how to shut it, I won't, because I absolutely love your random thoughts and how your brain processes them." I was asleep. You woke me up. Well, hell, we lay there in silence for a while. I am in awe at how peaceful this feels. Not talking, just together, existing in the same air. And it's comfortable. Sebastian rolls over and tucks me beneath him. He leans down and kisses me. His tongue begs entry, and I eagerly allow it. The kiss deepens, and I moan into it. He pulls back, panting. And I know what this is doing to me. I can only imagine how badly he's affected. His deep voice says, "I'm okay, baby. It's only 9 more days." He hops up and says, "Breakfast in my office. Kaiden has news," and runs to the bathroom. I hear the shower and a naughty thought enters my brain. I step into the shower behind him and he spins, looking at my body, and he groans, "You're killing me, Smalls." I kiss my way down his body, stopping just short of the V, looking up at him. Just because we have to wait to make love doesn't mean other stuff is off the table. Wrapping my hand around his massive cock and pumped a few times, his breath caught and he whispered, "Please," I said. "As you wish, my love. But if you say, 'Suck it, Candace,' I may bite it off." He cracked up laughing and choked on air as I wrapped my lips around the head of his cock. I pumped with my hands to a rhythm my mouth set, twirling my tongue around the head, stopping to flick the nerve root at the bottom, hard, back and forth in rapid motion. And he groaned out, "Goddess Bella, I'm going to come." And I pumped my hand harder as he grabbed my hair and fuked my face. He shuddered and shook as he let out a growl that shook the window and shot thick ropes of hot seum down my throat. He yanks me to him and pulls my legs around his waist and kisses me like his soul was on fire. He reaches his hand between us and rubs my slit with his fingers. My breath catches in my throat and I whimper. His fingers spread my folds and his thumb strokes my clit back and forth. His kiss deepens and his thumb moves faster. I begged him. I was whining with need. My walls clenched and my inner thighs trembled. He stopped moving and pressed down hard on my clit, and I exploded into mind-blowing pleasure. He kissed me again and set me down on my feet. Then he washed my hair, my whole body, and said that what we just experienced was the first time I ever felt anything other than release. "I love you so very much." I fuked before. All those women, I just fuked them to find my release. Everything is different now. There's feelings, and everything is new. I stretched up on my tippy toes and kissed him. I said, "I love you so much, but we're going to be late." He swatted my as he chuckled. We were laughing and talking, and didn't realize we passed the office until Kaiden yells out, Guys?" And we laughed even harder before we sat down. Sebastian says, "Hit us with it." "Kaiden," he said, "okay, but you remember that old saying, 'Don't shoot the messenger'? Well, don't shoot the messenger. Your father and his family has spent the last week with Alpha Ezekiel at Silver Moon. I haven't figured out the reason yet, but I have some of our hackers trying to get into the security feeds from Silver Moon. Also, when Celia left here, she ran right there. Running backgrounds on your stepmother uncovered she is related to the Beta's sister." Sebastian turned to me, and I said, "Don't ask me. I couldn't even tell you where the bathroom is in that pack house. I damn sure wouldn't know who's related to whom," Kaiden said. "I don't want to think any more poorly of Alfred than I already do. But it's a struggle. There is some evidence of rogue activity around Silver Moon, but no indication of attacks. Maybe something to take a closer look at. Sebastian looked at Brayden, who nodded and said, on it, bringing his own tablet out and typing away. I loved watching them. They are all in sync, a well-oiled machine. I'm so proud. This is my family. And Sebastian says, baby, Link. I said, fuck. And we all laugh, sitting in the conference room. The guys were telling stories of their boyhood antics when Alfred and his cronies walked in. Before he even reached the seat, his Az was talking, Summers and I talked everything out, and we decided you're right, and the agreement is null and void, like you said. Even his son, Paul, agrees. Sebastian sat there a minute. Then he said, is that so? You decided. You decided like you decided to plan my life, to make my life hell by strapping me with that cow. You decided that instead of explaining why an agreement with Albert McCallum was so one-sided it looks like a toddler drew it up shouting, mine. And you decided to just what? Sweep it under the rug? Albert sighs and says, it was just a mistake. I thought I was acting in your best interest. Sebastian laughs and says, let's just put a pin in that, shall we? We'll come back to that. Now, Summers, explain to me why the agreement benefits only you. Why the 42,000 acres, a specific amount, almost half useless, and a title as lead counsel. We haven't utilized that title since my great-grandfather. This whole agreement reeks of setup. I want answers. There is something fishy as fuck, and you will not leave until I know what your plan was. Paul said, I was supposed to choose a mate. My dad won't allow me to ascend without one. I asked, are you ready to be alpha? He replied, of course. I have been ready for 5 years. But he said I have to be mated. In a low voice he said, I wanted to wait for my mate. I know they're real. My grandparents were mates. Sebastian said, then wait you shall. And if you want alpha, then it happens one of 2 ways. You either have to challenge him for it, or wait and see where this investigation leads, and I strip him of his title. Paul's head shot up and looked at his king, then at his father. As he opened his mouth to speak, Celia burst into the room and screamed at her father, open your link, you old fool. Rogues are attacking our pack. And Summers is yelling at Alfred, you call that fucking Ezekiel and find out why rogues are attacking my pack. Turning to Sebastian, he said, forgive me, my king. I must get to my pack. Sebastian just waves his hand at the door, and all 4 try to go out at the same time, and it looked like a skit out of the Three Stooges. They were yanking on each other, shoving, pulling. We were laughing so hard my sides were hurting. Finally, one of them grabbed Celia and pulled her backwards so hard she slid across the floor at least 4 feet, and there was no holding us back. We were literally about to totally lose our shit, and Callista pipes in with, I think I peed a little. And that did it. We were done for.
Chapter 14. This day started out so well. Sebastian's POV.
The girls went to meet the tailor with their dress designs, so here the 4 men sit, brainstorming again. Corey looked up and said, Alpha, if I may. And I replied, of course you may. And you don't have to say if I may. If you keep being polite, it just causes a light to shine on these 2 meatheads that proves just how impolite they are. They both said, hey, at the same time, and I laughed. Then I said, you can jump in with anything anytime. And please, call me Sebastian. Corey beamed at me. He's a good kid. He said, yes, Alf, I mean Sebastian. My theory is Ezekiel is the planner. If your father is involved, I would bet on him being the bankroller. I am racking my brain about Summers. It's frustrating because all I keep coming up with is he's an idiot. We all laughed. I asked Kaiden, where are we on security for the coronation? All the talk of rogues is getting me antsy. I should have gone with Summers, but he didn't ask for aid. Would have liked to get my hands on a rogue or 2. Asked a few questions. Kaiden laughs and said, sure, ask, because that's how we say torture now. I have added 22 cameras. I have alarms on all the windows and doors. Luna and Callista are outfitting the bunkers in case of an attack. Brayden, where are you and Corey on training? And Brayden takes over where Kaiden left off. We have added 2 hours training a day, have been running through worst-case scenarios, everything from attacks at the border to ambush from the inside. I have arranged 200 troops to be on watch and guard in, out, and around the castle. Corey has doubled sentries in the towers and tripled border patrol on rotating schedules so no one can figure set times. Kaiden and I worked and cleaned drones all night so they are ready to deploy. But we believe launching them the night before, sporadically the night before, and maintain flight throughout the day of the coronation. I sat there with such pride in my heart. These are my brothers. They always have had my back. I will damn sure have theirs. I sat up straighter, said, I am so proud of everything you are implementing. I will rest easier with the preparation you have made. Now, let's discuss Corey's news. I believe you're right, and Ezekiel is involved. I don't know if he knows his half-sister is a demigoddess. She thinks he doesn't. Not a chance I'm willing to take. As soon as the coronation is over, I want paws on the ground. I want these rogue cells located and taken out. I don't want to start losing our people because a bunch of rabid rogues think they can take on the kingdom. We are heading down to dinner, and I hear wild giggling coming from the kitchen. I hold my finger to my lips, and we sidle close to the double doors to listen and peek at the girls. I see Arabella holding her sides and laughing at Callista, who is covered, literally covered. But she's laughing too. Kaiden links me. What in the fuck did they do? I linked. I have no idea. But they are having fun. They needed a stress reliever. And Brayden links. They've relieved their stress all right. If those 3 wine bottles are any indication, I looked and said, fuck, they're drunk. And as we listened, it just got funnier. Arabella says, you said it would work. Callista shoots back. You shouldn't have listened. I don't know how to bake. Arabella says, you couldn't have told me that. And Callista says, I did, 5 times Bella. And the whole time they are laughing. I decided I wanted to know what was so funny. So I stepped into the kitchen and Arabella spots me and runs at me, jumping into my arms, and says, we're baking cakes, I said. Yum, I can't wait to try it. What kind? She says, floor cake. And now I'm dumbfounded. I look at the chef, and she points down, on the other side of the island, and I step around the island. And sure enough, there's a cake on the floor, and we hear Callista say, I think we should call it an upside-down cake, because it's upside down, on the floor, and I am doing my best not to lose it. But the guys are losing their battle. I said, well, how did it end up there? And Arabella was back to arguing with Callista, so I opened the link and asked the chef to explain. She starts laughing and links, I will try. They had finished outfitting the bunkers and had headed here for Queen Luna to make desserts. I offered them a glass of wine, 1 glass, I swear. At the bottom of the second bottle, Luna decided on strawberry cream cheese cake with vanilla frosting. The mixing of the batter was done at the same time the 3rd bottle of wine was. Luna tossed the flour can to Callista and asked her to put it away. Callista didn't catch it. It caught her as it was flying past her. The cakes came out of the oven fine, and they decided it was time for frosting. Luna said it was still too warm, and the frosting would melt. Callista thought it was cool enough. They argued back and forth, and Luna frosted the cake anyway, and it was still too warm, and the frosting melted, and the layers slid off one another and landed where you see it, and they started laughing, and finished the 4th bottle of wine. And we all lost our shit. It was just too funny, and I think it was a stress reliever that we all needed. I looked down at my squeaky mouse, and she's snoring peacefully. I walked out of the kitchen to put my mate to bed, and to think this day started out so well.
Chapter 15. Where did his head go? Arabella's POV.
Baby, go away, baby. Sebastian, my head hurts so bad. Sebastian laughs and says, yes, sharing 4 bottles of wine with only one other tiny woman will have that effect. I have some aspirins and a bottle of water beside the bed. I am starting your shower, so take a couple, and I will wash your hair. We have to meet the tailor at 10, I groaned, and I am absolutely certain I will have to die to feel better. But I do what he says because he was so nice about it, and he's gonna wash my hair. Sebastian is already getting his other tux fitted, and I am still on my first gown. This is taking so long. When they have finally fitted the gown, I said, use this one and fit the others to a dress mannequin. I will pop in Friday morning for a final fit. And met Sebastian in the hall. I asked Sebastian where Amaris could run. She hasn't been since we got here, and she's antsy as hell. He said we have a clean shot to a clearing in the center of our land too far from the border to be seen, so she should be safe. Should we ask the guys? I told him I would rather it just be Amaris and Eros this first time. They haven't seen each other in so long. He said, let's run, and we were out the door. I waited until we got to the clearing to shift. I am waiting until the night of the coronation for the pack to see me. Amaris shifted and shook out her fur. She spotted Eros across the clearing, by the trees, and made a beeline for him. She tackled him, and he rolled with her and pinned her. He licked her muzzle and cleaned her face. Sebastian mind linked her. I am just amazed. You are so very beautiful. They played for a couple hours, and then she napped. While he stood watch, she woke and stretched out. She shifted back, and they headed to the pack house. She thanked him for running with her. He said, baby, anything you ask, if it is in my power, I will give it. I love you. She stopped him and stepped into his arms and said, I love you. Then kissed him with everything in her heart. We walked to the office, and the guys were watching drone footage from this morning. And Sebastian asked, anything? And Kaiden says, the drones picked up some movement near the western border. The drones would pick up on it, then lose it. So we brought them back in, and Braden equipped some with infrared cameras and some with heat seekers. That's the footage we are watching now. Then Corey said, I sent some trackers out to see what they can find. It's too suspicious with the coronation tomorrow. And that Ezekiel is going to be here. If he's one of the players in this farce, it would be smart of him to move his pawns into position. Sebastian sat there watching Corey and listening. He says, Corey, I want you taking lead on strategy on this. You have an uncanny knack of getting out ahead of their plan. Corey looked up, surprised, but he just nodded. There was a knock at the door, and Sebastian linked. My father, he said, come in. And I went to sit on the sofa, going over all my finishing preparations for tomorrow. I want it to go off without a hitch, so I'm double-checking everything I double-checked yesterday. Sebastian asked his dad to have a seat. He said, what can I do for you? Alfred said, I want to explain a few things. I know you think I am betraying you, the kingdom, but I am not. I made some mistakes, but I haven't betrayed you. First, let's start with that ludicrous agreement with Summers. I knew the agreement was worthless, so I agreed to his ridiculous requests. It was easy to play him. He was essentially selling his daughter. He hasn't allowed his son's ascension because he doesn't want to give up Alpha. So, the only thing I requested was information on the coup being planned against you in that agreement. Couldn't be written down. I have this, though. It was a flash drive. Sebastian hands the drive to me, and I put it in the port on my tablet and hit play. In it, you hear the complete terms of the agreement. Then I clicked on a second folder, and a voice I recognized from my past is heard. He is on the phone with someone, making arrangements to get money to the rogues, then saying something about an attack on a smaller pack and taking their women hostage to force the men to fight. Then the file ended, and I looked up and said, that's Ezekiel. He is the traitor. I will fucking kill that son of a bitch. Sebastian pulls me into his lap and whispers, "Calm down, Spitfire. We will kill him together." And I giggled. Alfred says, "I want to apologize to you, son, for everything. I want to say I am sorry for bringing your stepmother into our lives after your mother died. I want to apologize for that nasty waste of skin she calls her daughter. And, Arabella, I want to apologize to you. That bullshit about the agreement was an act, and everything the moon goddess said was true. The greatest regret of my life was rejecting my true mate. I miss her every day, even now. I ban the doctrines for the most selfish of reasons. If I wasn't with my mate, no one else would be with theirs either." How's that for a kingly act? I got up and walked around the desk and hugged Alfred. He sat there for several moments before he hugged me back. But when he did, he began to sob. I just held him tighter. I whispered, "Let it all go. You have punished yourself enough. It's time to forgive yourself and build a relationship with your son." After he calmed down, I sat back in Sebastian's lap, and he looked at his dad. He said, "I would like to get to know you again. Maybe build towards a real relationship for a change. You were stupid, trying to figure out this plan by yourself. Were you trying to die?" And I realized that he probably didn't care if he did die, and that made my heart sad. A pack-wide link came in, rogues at the southern border, full on attack. I linked Callista to get all the non-fighters into the bunkers, and Sebastian sent his father into the safe room in the office, and we took off for the border. We're hauling as to the border, and a link comes in of an attack on the eastern side, and Sebastian sent Corey and Braden that direction. We reached the border amidst chaos. I saw one of our wolves on the ground, and another standing over him facing down 3 rogues. I shifted and slammed into one, and he flew about 25 feet and hit a tree and laid still. I could hear him breathing, so I spun on another, and he leapt at me. I ducked under him and dug my claws into his soft underbelly and ripped him wide open. I was just getting to my feet when I saw a wolf flying at me, aiming for my throat. I tucked my head to the side and braced for his impact. He hit me, and we both rolled, coming to a stop. I prepared to attack only to realize he was a dead weight on top of me and Eros was standing over me. I realized the fighting was over and our pack was cleaning up. We had a rogue alive. He broke his hip when he hit the tree, but would be fine to question in a day or two. Sebastian came over to me and yanked the dead wolf off me. Since I couldn't move him, he tossed the body to be burned with the rest, and I looked at the wolf who was suffocating me, and I looked again, and I looked back at Sebastian and asked, where did his head go?
Chapter 16, Coronation, Part 1, Sebastian's POV.
I stormed into my office in a rage. 2 border breaches simultaneously. Kaiden says, "At least our alert systems were effective." The alarm went up before the borders were. "Breached," I said, "but they were breached, Kaiden. And while I know we are doing everything possible, but all the guests have been arriving, and not knowing all the players in this little rebellion is pissing me off." Kaiden said, "I know, bro, but you're getting married in 3 hours, so for a little, while you have to trust our pack to alert us. Come on, darling. Let's get you ready for that beautiful garden. Wedding you've always dreamed of," I said. "What? I never dreamed of any wedding, much less a garden one." And Kaiden just walked away. I'm nervous. Stupid nervous. I have spent the last 2 hours fielding chit-chat with alphas that apparently believe my wedding day is the day to talk about petty land disputes and alpha challenges, just as I am trying to avoid another one of those bastards. Callista rounds a corner and sees me trying to extricate myself. She steps up to me saying, "My king, you are needed in the study immediately. Elder Artemis is waiting to go over the ceremonies with you, and you need to get ready." In a loud voice, she said, "The King Alpha is not available for meetings at this time. It is wedding day. That is what everyone is here to witness, And that will be the only order of business today. Thank you. That will be all. We walk down the hall, and she grins sheepishly and says, Bella is trying to convince me to be more assertive. I laughed and said, it's working. It's time. It's finally time for my beautiful Arabella to be mine. I am standing here, acting like I am patiently waiting. Goddess knows I have perfected the art of faking stoic well, but that's not working today. I am practically vibrating out of this gazebo in anticipation. The crowd hushes and John Legend's All of Me starts playing, and there she is. And I forget how to breathe. Her hair is hanging down her back, with a beautiful tiara on top of her head. Her gown? She looks like an angel. It is a strapless white satin with fitted bodice to her hips. Then it flares to the floor with a tulle overlay Swarovski crystals layered throughout that catch the sunlight as she moves. She is beautiful ethereal, and I realize how lucky I am. As she nears, her scent surrounds me, and I have never felt such peace. We stand at the altar, and Artemis begins our first ceremony, tying me to the woman of my dreams. Hell, the woman of every man's dreams. Arabella stands there with tears in her eyes as she says her vows. When it was my turn, I tried to rush through them, but she pinched me and whispered, slow down, so I took a deep breath and started over. We got through the I do's, and Artemis announced to the crowd, I would like to introduce to you, for the first time, Mr. and Mrs. Sebastian and Arabella McCallum. And the crowd clapped while our pack hollered. It was great. Kaiden grabbed the mic and announced cocktails and hors d'oeuvres in the reception hall, and the Luna ceremony is in 2 hours. Arabella and I went to our room to get out of our wedding clothes. We walked in, and I spun her around, unzipping her gown. As it pooled at her feet, she stood there in a demi-cup strapless bra and thong. White lace. My new favorite. I cupped her breast and squeezed gently and moved my hand down her stomach to her panties, and she stayed my hand. She leaned up and kissed me hard, whispering, There's not enough time, and I don't want to rush this. And I definitely do not want to walk into my Luna ceremony reeking of arousal. I laughed and said, I can understand that. But it's hard. She grinned wickedly and said, It will be harder later. I laughed harder and left her with the girls to get ready. It's time for the Luna ceremony. Our pack is surrounding the dais while Kaiden and Brayden stand to my right. The ceremonies to induct their mates will be first. As high ranks, I have to swear their mates in as well. We have a 4-hour break before Arabella will be crowned my queen. But it's already been a long day. I am thinking I will take Mabel to our room for a nap. And yes, I'm calling it a nap, because calling it what I really want to call it will get me pinched. Kaiden busts out laughing. I look at him as he says, Luna is rubbing off on you. Close your link, dude. I'm thinking a nap will seriously help you out. Drain the pressure off your brain. And we all laugh. As we turn to the doors of the temple, Corey stands in the doorway. Brayden never takes his eyes off him. He reaches the dais and steps beside his mate. Callista is next. And she looks beautiful in a red gown that suits her completely. She looks confident and happy. It's a wonderful thing to witness her finding her strengths. As she reaches Kaiden, she turns and smiles at me, saying, Wait until you see her. And I turn to the door. Arabella steps into the temple, all eyes on her, and she smiles. A beaming, beautiful smile that lights up the entire temple, and slowly walks toward me. I'm standing here, trying to remember what breathing feels like, and she links me, Calm, my love. I am yours, as you are mine, and we have eternity together. I love you. And just like that, nerves are gone. How does she do that? The Gamma and Beta mate ceremonies are over, and Arabella stands beside me in a beautiful silver satin sheath gown with spaghetti straps. She wears no jewelry. She doesn't need any. Her beauty outshines any jewel. I start the ceremony. Do you, Arabella Cerces, Swear your allegiance and loyalty to the Sterling Moon Pack, as well accept Sebastian McCallum as your alpha, she said. I do so solemnly swear. I sliced my palm with a ceremonial dagger, and then hers. We clasped our palms together, as Artemis wraps the ceremonial sash around our clasped hands, saying, if the moon goddess accepts this union, she will give us a sign. A light flashes through the glass ceiling and Seleni's voice says, of course I bless this union. These are my children. I created this pairing. And everyone on the dais cracked up. Arabella looks to the sky and says, dramatic much? And we all hear a tinkling laugh bouncing off the walls. Artemis said, and now for the official marking. I stepped to pull her close to me and whispered, I love you. I am so sorry. This will hurt. Shall we do it at the same time? She nods and I lift her tiny body to wrap her legs around my waist. She tilts her head to the side, at the same time I do, and I feel her teeth sink into my neck as mine sink into hers. The pain was immediately replaced by pleasure. All her feelings came rushing at me. I felt her joy at loving me, her strength and her self-worth, her fears of not ever being enough, and her pain, the pain of never feeling loved. She only ever had her mother, and the sheer agony she felt every time I indulged another woman. How could I have been so selfish, so stupid? She kaises me deeply and whispers, stop, all that was yesterday and yesterday is gone. Oh dear moon, I love this woman. We have mingled and socialized for an hour. She looked at me and said, I think I need to lie down for an hour or so. I looked at her in question, and she nodded. I threw her over my shoulder, saying to no one in particular, my Luna needs a nap, and ran for our rooms.
Chapter 17, Coronation, Part 2, Arabella's POV.
Sebastian ran up the stairs and into our room like the hounds of hell were chasing us. I was out of breath from laughing. I kicked my shoes off, and watching him, I reached behind and unzipping my gown, letting it slide down my legs as I walked up to him. I wore no bra and only had on a tiny silver lace thong as I reached him. He was only left in tuxedo pants, already unzipping them. He lifted me, plunging his tongue into my mouth to dance with mine. He stepped forward and laid me on the bed. Stripping the rest of his clothes, he lies down beside me. He's kaising me as his hand trails the length of my body and back again. He growls lowly, so beautiful, and all mine. Your mom sure took her time putting you together. You're perfect, I giggle. And say, she had to have taken a few months to build you too. His lips surround my nipple as he cups and caresses my breast. He's tugging and sucking on my nipple, and then he bites it gently and pulls. And I soak my panties with mead. He pays close attention to my other breast. As his hand reaches to cup my pissy, he whispers, suo hot wet. Goddess, I can smell your sweet arousal. Then he tugs my panties to the side, running his fingers along the slit and asks, are these panties important? I shake my head and, forming his fingers into claws, he rips them off. His fingers find their way back to my slit. He dips 2 fingers into my folds and separates them to run his hand through my juices. He kaises down my body and his lips kiss my clit. His hot breath only heightens my anticipation. As he slips a finger inside me, his mouth closes around my clit. For the first time ever, he adds a finger and plunges both inside me. As he begins to pump them in and out, his tongue flicks back and forth in rapid succession, and I'm going to see him, baby. This 2-week buildup. And he said, let it go. I will catch you. And I fell off the edge, screaming his name. He placed light kaises all around my pissy, but his fingers are relentless, pumping slowly in and out of me. He growls out, that was the easiest thing I have ever seen. You're so tight, baby. You squeezed my fingers and convulsed around them so hard I almost came. He goes back licking and sucking on my clit, and I feel a slow build begin again. I felt my clit swelling into his mouth. As my thighs tremble and my inner walls tighten, he kaises up my body to my lips and kaises me deeply. I taste myself on his lips, and he smiles down at me. He asks, "Ready?" I am so sorry I have to hurt you again, but it's only this first time. I nod and say, "I am more than ready. I want this. I want you." He lines himself up at my opening, rubbing his cock up and down my folds, making sure he is wet enough, and slides the head in about an inch, allowing my body to adjust. He pulls back and pushes deeper. As he reaches my hymen, he pulls back and kaises me deeply, plunging himself deeply to the hilt and holds. I let out a little whimper as he whispers how sorry he is. It took several long moments for the sting to subside, and I said, "Move now, baby. I need you." And he did. Goddess, did he? He stroked in and out at a steady pace. I was so busy feeling him. He was everywhere, sucking on my nipple, tugging and nipping, flicking my pissy as he thrust in and out. It was sensory overload, and I couldn't get enough. He picked up pace, and his thrusts got deeper and stronger. I felt myself getting close, and I was little more than a moaning mess. He stopped flicking my clit and paused his thumb on top of that little bundle of nerves. Pressing hard, he growled, "Come, baby," and that was all it took. I screamed out his name just as he roared out mine, and I felt my orgasm blending into his as his hot, thick CM painted my walls. We lay in each other's arms after the fourth session of sending me over the moon, and he says, "I have been waiting my entire life for something I should have been searching for. You are everything I never knew I needed, and I know I don't deserve you. But I will thank Goddess every moment for blessing me with you." I said, "I love you. We were made expressly for each other, so you do deserve me, just as I deserve you." And we kissed, a long, slow, deep, wet kiss that will stay with us for hours. Just as a knock sounded at the door, he jumped up and said, "And the real world beckons," I giggled. I am standing outside the double doors. I wasn't nervous all damn day. What the fuck is wrong with me? My royal blue gown is shot through with silver embroidered flowers. It has a ball gown look, with an off-the-shoulder fitted bodice, flaring at my waist and touching the floor. My hair is pulled up on the sides, with curls framing my face. I stand giving myself a pep talk, and Sebastian links me. "I can feel your stress through the door, baby. Breathe. Just breathe." I notice the doors begin to open and feel a little wave of panic. I am going to be queen. I try to force my feet to move, and nothing. I feel a hand touch my arm, and I whip my head to the side. Standing there, in a floor-length light blue diaphanous gown, barefoot, and a crown of flowers, is my mother. She shrugs and says, "I got special permission, as long as I leave as soon as it's done." I threw my arms around her and said, "You always know when I need you most," she replied. "That's the easy part. I love you, my precious girl. Let's get you crowned queen." And we stepped through the doors. Reaching the stage, she holds my hand as I climb the stairs to the stage. In front of Sebastian, I see our inner circle smiling at me. Alfred is standing off to the side, with Sebastian's step family. The ceremony took about 15 minutes, and Sebastian asks me to kneel. He asks if I swear to protect and defend the kingdom and our people. If I promise to be the mother of our pack, the heart of the kingdom, and I solemnly swore. He placed a crown of diamonds and sapphires on my head and took my hand to raise me to my feet. He shouted to the crowd, "Our Queen Luna Arabella McCallum," and everyone applauded and yelled. He looks out over the crowd and yells, "Let's run," and we shot out to the backyard. I stripped beside Sebastian, and we shifted at the same time. I heard gasps from the crowd. Whispers of the White Wolf and the Ultima were paired. Amaris was chomping at the bit, and wanting her mate Eros licked her muzzle and nudged her, taking off at a phenomenal speed. She bounded after him, nipping at Jiz's heels and pouncing on him. Eros led them to a small pool of water, with a little cave in the hillside. He licked her snout and face, and Amaris dropped her front paws to the ground and wiggled her ass, flipping her tail to the side, and Eros walked behind her, sniffing and licking her. He locked her in place with his immense paws and mounts her. Plunging deep, she yelped at him, and he ignored it. He pumped in and out of her at a breakneck speed, and his knot swelled. He forced it inside, locking them together as he climaxed, biting into her shoulder, double marking her. She twisted her head and latched onto his neck, feeling their strengths combine. The entire pack sent howls into the night air, signaling they felt the union. After 20 minutes, they were able to separate and shifted, cleaning each other in the small pool and luxuriating in the completeness of their bond. They shifted to their wolves and made their way back to the castle to attend the final reception of the day.
Chapter 18. Don't Wanna Break a Nail. Arabella's POV again.
Sebastian and I have been speaking with alphas and socializing. I am noticing I am more aware of the energies surrounding is. It must be an effect of our marking. It's easy to recognize positive energy. The more negative ones are harder to identify. Going to have to work on this new ability. Sebastian leads me to the dance floor, just as Brian McKnight's song, Back at One, plays. He wraps me in his arms and kisses me. As he twirls me and brings me back in, someone taps on his shoulder and asks to cut in. We turn to see my half-brother standing there, and Sebastian says, "No, I am dancing with my wife for the first time all day. Every single person in this room has known we haven't been able to. I will certainly not share her now," and spins me away. I giggle and say, "He looks flustered. I think he thought you'd say yes." And he snarls, "Fuck him." And for some reason it struck me funny. We danced for hours. I took turns with all three guys. Sebastian danced with Callista. It was a great night. We noticed several alphas talking with each other. I didn't feel anything negative, but I am realizing they have to be talking directly to me for me to get a definite feeling. Kaiden said, "Luna, Callista went to the restroom a while ago, and I can't find her now." I said, "Say no more, walk with me, and I will check the bathrooms." Sebastian said he would come as well. We are brand new and freshly marked and mated. Being apart the next few days can be painful. We entered the third corridor, heading to the next restroom, and I heard, "You stupid bitch. All I asked is for you to put this in her drink. Useless twat." I took off running, just as I heard what sounded like a kick. Rounding the corner, I heard footsteps running away. At the same time, I saw Callista crumpled on the floor. I reached her just as Kaiden and Sebastian ran to us. Kneeling down, checking for a pulse. I see she is bruised from head to toe. Her arm is bent at an awkward angle, and a gash on her forehead is gushing blood. Kaiden lifts her into his arms, and we run. We run like hell to get her to the infirmary. I link the doctor to alert her we are coming in with trauma to the Royal Beta female, and she is top priority. In a pack-wide link, Sebastian tells our people to be alert. There is a traitor in our midst. Then he links Brayden to get to Security Central and start looking through video. He wants to know anything suspicious. Brayden linked back, "What's going on? Is anyone hurt?" And I link him back explaining what we heard and saw, and we are waiting on information about Callista. Alfred rushes in and over to us, saying Brayden told him what happened. He looked at Sebastian and asked, "Where do you need me? Point me in whatever direction I can best serve." And Sebastian glances over at Kaiden, who is sitting with his head in his hands, and says, "I don't know, Dad. My brother is hurting, and I just don't know." I stood up next to Sebastian and squeezed his hand. I said, "Alfred, we need you to go back to the party and keep everyone occupied. We don't want word of this to get out until we have an idea how to proceed." Any alpha who has requested an audience with Sebastian will have to wait until morning. If they aren't staying overnight, then their meeting with the king will be a catch as catch can. We can't be bothered with anything less than earth-shattering reasons for a meeting right now. And Albert nodded and spun on his heel to handle it. I led Sebastian over to sit with Kaiden as I turned to go get coffee for us all. Kaiden looks at Sebastian and says, "Why? Why her? She is the kindest soul to ever bless this earth and goes out of her way to never hurt anyone. And someone just kicks her nearly to death. In our home? In our own fucking home, boss? How did we miss this? Where did we miss it?" Sebastian pulls him into a hug and let him cry. I whispered, "We didn't miss it. Whoever did this, it's someone we know, someone we thought we were safe from, and we will find them. I swear to you they will pay." He just nods at me, looking so heartbroken. I want to cry. Dr. Amy said, "It's bad news and good news. How shall we proceed?" Kaiden says, "Give me the bad first. I'm going to need the good afterwards." Amy starts. She has 3 broken ribs, a broken ulna. Her spleen was torn and 1 collapsed lung. Her nose is broken and her skull is fractured. I will monitor her all night for any indication her brain is bleeding. Her healing has kicked in, which saved us from surgery on her spleen, and I have her in a medically induced coma, at least until morning. Sebastian roared, "I want information, and I want it now." He stormed out of the infirmary. I am assuming to check the videos for anything to help him find the culprit. Kaiden looks up at Amy and said, "Please make the good news really good." Amy smiles and says, "The baby is fine, though." And I grabbed Kaiden in a big hug and squeaked, "I'm going to be an aunt, and you get to tell Mommy, Daddy," as I laugh. I get Kaiden settled for the night and head out to find my king. I checked security and then just linked him. "Baby, where are you?" He comes back, "Office Suo." I head out for the next floor, and as I reach the stairs, Ezekiel stops me. He grabbed my forearm and says, "We need to have a talk." I said, "No, we do not. Our time to talk passed a long time ago. I needed a brother. I needed my family, and you threw me away like trash. And now I am mated. You want to talk? Find former King Alfred, and he can schedule a conference for morning. That's the best I will offer." I entered the office to see Braden and Corey sitting with Sebastian, and across the desk sits Celia. I glance at my mate, and he barely shakes his head in the negative. I sit down on his lap and kized him. I link the 3 to say, "Kaiden's good news. He's going to be a daddy." And Braden jumps up and yells, "I'm an uncle? We get a pup to spoil? Oh, I hope it's a girl. Her Uncle Bray is going to spoil her so much." We all laughed at his antics. I love my family. I looked at Celia and asked, "Why is she here?" Sebastian says, the $64,000 question. "Celia, why are you here?" She looked up and said, "How should I know? I was having a good time, and these 2 bozos yanked me." And I stood up and yelled, "Those 2 bozos are the Royal Gammas. They outrank, outclass, and outsmart you at every turn. You will always address them by their rightful title, or I will strip you of yours, you pretentious, pompous ass." And the boys are laughing again. Braden looks at Sebastian and says, "Looks like our mother wolf is really a mama bear." And they laugh again. Sebastian says, "You know we have cameras installed everywhere in and outside this castle, and the clarity of them is astounding. Would you care to share with the class what you think we may have observed?" "Celia," she said, "I want my dad in here." And Sebastian said, "Certainly," and linked to have Summers brought up. She glared at me, looking at her, and snarks, "What are you staring at? I'd punch you in the face if I didn't want you to bleed on me." And I laughed, and then I laughed even harder. I said, "Like you'd even be able to touch me. You're pitiful. I'd rip your throat out, but I don't want to break a nail." And my guys laugh.
Chapter 19, Bliss and Ignorance, Sebastian's POV.
Once Summers entered the office, Celia started talking. Shauna came to me last night and asked me to help her get Arabella out of the way. She said it's the only way I can be queen. She gave me a tonic to give to Arabella in a drink. I tried several times to put it in her drink, all night. I couldn't ever get close enough. Then I saw that mousy little girl going to the restroom and followed her. All she had to do is put it in Arabella's drink. I knew the time frame Shauna had given me to be able to get Arabella to her was running out. But that girl refused, and I lost my temper. I just hit her. I punched her, and she fell, and I kicked her. You know, you saw the video. You are my mate, Sebastian. You were promised to me. I didn't mean to hit that girl, but she called me desperate and pathetic. Told me I was committing treason. It was just a sleeping potion, that's all. All I was going to do was knock Arabella out. Shauna has everything else planned out. I don't know what she wants with the queen, but I am sorry I hurt Clarissa. I sat there, blown away. Celia is out of her mind. I look at her father. He looks defeated. I ask him, "Did you have anything to do with these plans?" He said, "What? No, I didn't know anything about it. And I am ashamed my daughter is involved. Yes, I played an underhanded game with that agreement. But all I really hoped for was a seat on the council before I handed over the pack to Paul. Now, with these sporadic rogue attacks I am dealing with, I'm thinking it's time I retire anyway." Arabella says to Celia, "Tell me, Celia, after I was knocked out, what was the plan? How would I have been gotten out of the castle? There are a lot of blanks here that aren't being filled in yet. You may not know everything, but you know more than you've shared." Arabella never ceases to amaze me. She jumps right in with pertinent questions every time. She doesn't hesitate to defend those she holds dear, and she never backs down from a fight. Celia replies, "There are old hidden stairwells that were used by the servants years ago. If you don't know they're there, you'd never find them. Shauna said I only had to get you to the stairwell, and she'd take it from there. That's all I know. You'll have to ask Shauna what the full plan was. I know it was stupid, but I am meant to be queen. Then you show up here and I no longer exist? How did you expect me to feel?" Arabella responds with, "I don't expect you to feel anything. You were lusting after a man that didn't want you. Is there even a small part of your brain still functioning? You were never meant to be queen. You proved that by nearly stomping an innocent woman to death. And not just any woman, but the royal beta. You should never have touched a man who is not yours, and you should never have touched my sister." Arabella looked at me and said, "I'm going to check on Callista," then headed to bed. "Join me when you're done here." She kissed me and walked out. I mind-linked my dad and asked him to gather his wife and stepdaughter and come to my office. He said, "I can bring Trudy, but Shauna hasn't been seen all evening." What's this about? I sighed into the link and said, "Just come. Less than 24 hours ago, I suspected my own father was betraying me. Now my stepsister. Is my stepmother involved? These people were my family. While I didn't like them much, I didn't have cause to distrust them. Brayden," I said, "I need you to start a search for Shauna. My father doesn't know when she was last seen." He nodded, and I knew he was arranging it. I dismissed Summers until the morning. Then I called 2 guards to escort Celia to a cell. Her fate will be in the hands of the council. My father walked in with Trudy. I waved my hand, offering them a seat. I then told them about Celia and repeated what she had told us. I watched Trudy's face throughout my monologue, and the only expression change was one of sadness. I watched as tears rolled down her cheeks. My father's face was pure anger. He definitely had no clue. I breathed out a sigh of relief at that. I turned to Trudy and, as gently as I could muster, I said, "You need to tell us anything you know or have heard. No matter how inconsequential it may seem, something may catch our attention." My office door pops open, and a very angry Kaiden stands there saying, "Where the fuck is that bitch?" I said, "You need to take a seat and chill out. Celia is in the cells," he sits. But he's not happy about it as he whispers, "Luna told me it was Celia. I wanted to kill her. So I left Bella with Callista and well, yeah, I'm here." I just nod at him. I looked back at Trudy and said, "Please, tell us what you know." She is sobbing and had to take a few deep breaths before she began. "Shauna has always been a spoiled little thing. I overcompensated for losing her dad, but the last couple of years, she's been abhorrent. Nasty, so disrespectful to your father, talking to me like I'm dirt. She started demanding everything. We had to go to Silver Moon Pack every few months. She would literally scream it, until Alfred would just agree to shut her up. She always said it was to be with her cousins, that Celia was too far up your as to be her friend anymore, and she needed her cousins. I think her mate is there. I think that's why she wants to go there." But then Alfred offered to send us there for a lengthy visit, and she freaked out, saying no, she has to be around you, around the castle. It has been exhausting, and I just want off this roller coaster our life has become. I look over at Kaiden, and my eyes must be as big as his. I link him, "See what you can find out about her movements, not only at that pack, but her comings and goings. We find her, and we may learn who at least one of the players are." He nodded and linked back, "You're having one hell of a wedding night." And I laughed. I looked at my dad and raised my chin at Trudy, and I told him, "Take her home. Get some rest. Don't worry about Shanna anymore. She isn't your problem now." He stood and helped Trudy to her feet, muttered a sullen good night, and left. I heaved a sigh and said, "Corey, thoughts?" He sat quietly for several long moments. Then he spoke. "Ezekiel is one of the major players. I haven't figured out his game yet, but I will, somehow, if Trudy is correct, and Shauna, being an alpha's daughter, would be mated to a high rank, leaving Ezekiel or his beta. The gamma is mated. Too many coincidences, and I don't believe in coincidences. So let's look at it this way. Shauna meets Ezekiel, and they're mates, or they aren't, and he is promising to mate her and make her queen if she helps him take out the king. Moon Goddess already told us they want to get rid of you. The why is what has me baffled. And Shauna started acting out 2 years ago. This was already in the works. We need a way in. We need eyes inside that pack." Kaiden says, "I can hack back into their security system, and we'd have access to all their video feeds." I told him, "Do it. Remember yesterday? When life was carefree, and we were ignorant of all this shit." And he grins at me and says, "Well, you remember that old saying about bliss and ignorance."
Chapter 20. I thought that was you. Arabella's POV.
I open my eyes and my head is lying on the chest of the most magnificent man-beast ever created. I move slowly so as not to wake him and slide between his legs. I pull his enormous cock from his boxer briefs and lock my lips around the head, sucking my was in until he's touching my throat. I hear a growl so loud my tummy rumbles, and I giggle around him. He says, "Goddess baby, I won't last long." I pump my head up and down, keeping rhythm with my hand. My other hand tease and tug his balls. He roars, "I'm coming," as he grabs my head to hold me still. I feel his CM rush down my throat. I look up at him. Grinning, I say, "Good morning, husband." He laughs and returns, 10 out of 10, "Wake me like that every morning, wife." He returned the favor. Once in bed and once in the shower. This SX stuff is definitely something I have been missing out on. Gonna have to do that more often. After our wonderful morning, we are heading to the bane of our existence, Sebastian's office. Fun times. We enter, and who is sitting there with our guys? You guessed it, Ezekiel. And I forgot to tell Sebastian he wanted to speak to him. Sebastian looked directly at him and muttered, "Oh, what fresh hell is this?" And we all laughed, well, except Ezekiel. No sense of humor, that one. Sebastian sat down and pulled me to him to sit on his lap. He tucked his nose into the crook of my neck and breathed deeply. I felt his nerves settle, and he raised his head. He linked Kaiden about hacking into Silver Moon's servers, and he got an affirmative nod. Sebastian says, "What can I do for you, Ezekiel?" Ezekiel frowned and responded, "It was my intention to meet with my sister. I understood it would be arranged this morning." And I looked at him like he'd lost his ever-loving mind. I spoke, trying to keep the edge out of my voice. "Did I, or did I not, tell you you could contact former King Alfred and have him set up a conference? Did I, or did I not, tell you that we have nothing to say to each other? I will never meet with a man alone, not even my so-called brother. Out of deference to my husband, anything you have to say, you say in front of my mate." I could feel Sebastian's eyes boring holes in my head. He links me. "I love you so much. You make me so proud. Thank you." I just smiled at him. Sebastian looked at Ezekiel for the longest time, then swiveled his head to Kaiden and said, "Link blocked, bro." Amy said Callista is awake and doing fine, and can go home at any time. I said to give her hugs and kisses from us, and I would come see her later. Sebastian said, "Give her our love and make sure she rests. Take the day," and Kaiden ran out of the office. We all chuckled. Sebastian starts talking to Braden and Corey about the training schedule, and I laughed to myself. He uses this "ignore the perp" thing that causes his victim to squirm. It's effective, but funny, I must admit. My curiosity is piqued. What could he possibly have to talk about? And why now? We haven't exchanged more than 20 words since our father died. It's just confusing, and these things that have been happening are escalating. We need to get a handle on it. I hear Sebastian speak to Ezekiel. "So, Ezekiel, what can we do for you?" He sits for a minute, and then he says, "My mom is dying," and I lost it. I laughed so freaking hard. I said, "I don't even know your mother. I can't even remember ever meeting her. Why the fuck would I care?" He snapped at me. "Just because you didn't know her doesn't mean she didn't want to know you. She followed your entire school career. She has copies of all your degrees in her office. She loved our father. And even though he fuked your mother, it didn't change." I jumped up and said, "You do not get to speak on what you do not know. My mother loved your father with her whole heart. You ever speak of my mom like that again, and I will snap your neck." He sighed and sneered. "Poor choice of words. That's all. I came to ask you to come visit my mother before she passes. Grant her this last wish. It's not too much to ask, is it? It's not for me. It's for her." I sat there, just looking at him. Something's fishy. He wouldn't care about granting anyone a last wish, would he? Corey spoke up. "You want to know what I think? I think the little abduction plan never even got off the ground, and now you pulled this, my mother's dying ruse out of your as to get the queen to your pack. I think it will be proven a co-conspirator in the plot to assassinate the king. And I think you are getting desperate and grasping at straws because your plan isn't complete together the way you planned. But that's just my opinion." My eyes were huge. I looked at Ezekiel, and he was sweating. Holy shit. I started laughing so hard. I said, "Best get to changing your plans. Apparently, our strategist has thrown a monkey wrench in the ones you have now. Don't that just frost your balls?" We laughed. And Ezekiel jumped up and said, "I would never betray the throne. His theory is just that, a theory. Believe what you will. I swore allegiance to the kingdom." And Sebastian had had enough. He roared, "You say you would never betray the throne, but what of the king? You say you swore alliance, but you never have. Your father swore his allegiance to my father, yet every summons to appear sent to you have met with excuses. You have no allegiance, and you know it. Now leave. If our strategist is correct, you come find me on the battlefield. You will die." and Ezekiel couldn't get out of that office fast enough. We all laughed at him running. I told Sebastian, "Well, you scared him." He looks at me with a smirk and says, "I thought that was you."
Chapter 21. Wow, she sure said a lot. Sebastian's POV.
I told Arabella I wanted to talk to the rogue she captured, but she wants to see Callista. I am so grateful she has her. They have become sisters. And by her being with Callista, it frees Kaiden up to get the video feed up from Ezekiel's pack house. We were talking about it as we entered the cells. Celia tried talking to us, but nope. We walked to the interrogation cell, and the rogue looked like he has seen better days. I told him we are going to start easy, and as long as he cooperated, we can stay with easy. But I have no trouble going hard on him and will, if he doesn't tell me what I want to know. I said nice and easy, and I asked him his name. He replies, Mario. I said, good, easy steps. Why did you attack us? He comes back with, we were paid to get the white wolf. Look, man, I don't want any trouble. I have a family to feed, and as long as I do what I'm told, they eat. Our pack was overrun almost 3 months ago. We were told we get the white wolf. We go free. My family is held hostage every day I don't return. Who told you to get the white wolf? I asked him. He shakes his head and says, I don't know. The acting alpha of our pack gets a phone call. Then he gives us our orders. I said, who is your acting alpha and what is your original pack name? He sat there a minute and said, please, you can't go there and wipe them out. The acting alpha is a guy named James. He has about 50 rogues with him. Our pack was Harvest Moon. We only had about 350 members. We're farmers. For God's sake, we know how to fight, but we generally don't. We prefer peace. If you attack, my family will die. I am stunned. I looked at Kaiden, and he just holds his tablet up. Indeed, he's working on information. I said to Mario, would you be interested in moving to a different pack? We have a farming community here. They have their own safe houses so they don't fight. And their community is on the north side of our town, nowhere near pack borders. Or I can look into finding another farming pack that will take you, he replied. I would join this pack immediately, but I can't. I have to rescue my family. I shook my head. No, I am going to rescue your family. You are going to tell us everything about your pack, buildings, cells, details on the pack house. Anything you think will help us get in and out. Is the entire Alpha family gone? Do you know? He said, dead. The Alpha and Beta families are both gone. I am getting angrier by the second, and my beautiful mate calls to Eros to calm. And just like that, drooling 8 feet tall puppy, I bring Mario with us to the war room. He circles an area on the map and said, that's my pack. And then he sat down with Corey and started describing the pack itself. Kaiden looks up at me and says, feed is up and running. Some have sound, some don't, but we can watch in real time. I laughed and said, this is going to be fun. We will put it on the screen in the office. We still have about 2 hours before he reaches home. I asked Arabella to have a room set up for Mario and food sent up. Then I explained the whole situation, and she was concerned for Mario's family. That's my queen. I told her we were going to get his family, and I could practically feel the air fist pump, and she said, finally, some real fun. I linked her back and asked, I don't suppose I could talk you into staying here with Callista? She came back with, I think you dialed the wrong number. So I'm taking that's a no. I grabbed a sandwich on my way through to the office and showed Mario to his room. I opened the door to my office to the heavenly scent of jasmine and vanilla, and my face split into a huge grin. I sat and pulled Topo Kai Seagull into my lap so fast she squeaked, and I laughed. It just feels good to be happy. She was drinking a huge milkshake and had whipped topping on her nose. It was so cute I couldn't resist licking it off. I heard a giggle and swivel my head around to see Callista's smiling face. I said, how are you, Congratulations, by the way. And she nods and says she's good. Good news. And I am relieved for both her and Kaiden. Kaiden looks up and tells us he's ready to run the feed. Ezekiel is due home any time. Arabella claps her hands and bounces, excited to be snooped. But if she keeps wiggling that as on my already hard cock, we will be out of here. I leaned into her ear and whispered, keep torturing me with that gorgeous ass. I will fuck you right here. She gasps and her arousal fills my nose. Og. We see Ezekiel come through the front door. He screams for someone named Eric, and they stomp to the office. Ezekiel tells Eric, who I am assuming is his beta, that the king is suspicious and Arabella won't come to the pack willingly. And that stupid plan the girls put together failed ignominiously, and one of them is in the cells. Then Eric says, we have rogues scattered in packs and camps in 17 different areas. Let's pull them all together, talk to Byron, and plan an attack. I sat bolt upright. I looked at the guys and said, we have our bankroller and primary player, my step-cousin Byron Atwater. He is alpha at my stepmother's old pack, and the son to the aunt and uncle in Ezekiel's pack that Shana visits. Kaiden says, I am pulling up the stats on the Moonstruck pack now. I will have an idea of his fighting force in minutes. And I mind-link my dad, telling him I need his help with something, and he didn't hesitate. On his way, I watch my beautiful wife a minute, and I realize she is fixing lives with her sweet nature and doesn't even notice it. My dad and I are having actual conversation now. I am relying on him more. I have missed him without knowing it. We were just watching the live stream from Silver Moon when his office door opens and in walks Shauna. I looked at Corey and I said, you and me are going to Vegas, and you can run your mental calculations at the blackjack table. We will clean house. And everyone was laughing when Dad walked in. I said, hey Dad, have a seat. We are just watching to see what Shauna has to say for herself. Ezekiel asks what she's doing there, and she replies she was told he was home, but he didn't come see her. Corey looks over at me and grins. Yeah, that kid is good. Ezekiel stands up and marches over to Shauna and bellows. Don't worry, you said. Your brother is stupid, you said. You said you can handle it, that it was easy. Drug her, get her to the passageway, drop her with my men at the border. Piece of cake, you said. Well, now your little friend will be executed and you stupid cow, will be charged with treason. If we don't pull this rebellion together. Arabella looked at each of us and said, wow, she sure said a lot. And we all laughed at her.
Chapter 22. No, you broke yours. Sebastian's POV. Still.
I looked at my dad and asked him to keep an eye on the pack. I told him it will only be about 6 hours. But with the rogues attacking the other night, I don't want to take chances. He looked up at me and said, are you sure? You trust me enough? I replied, yes, and absolutely yes. We may butt heads. We may not see eye to eye, but I never questioned your loyalty to the throne, or your love for me. I told him we would be leaving in about 3 hours. I want to go in around 10 tonight. The family should be locked in by then. He nods and leaves. Arabella says, my heart hurts for him. He has to tell his wife her daughter is a traitor. I smiled and pulled her into a deep kiss, saying, you amaze me. You had a bad life, yet you still open your heart to everyone. I asked Brayden, how many warriors travel with us to Harvest Moon? He responds, I have 150 ready to go, 2 buses for transporting refugees and a triage bus for injuries. Troops will ride the buses there and run back. We have 2 blacked out armored SUVs for you and Luna. And the inner circle. Using a warrior as drivers, I said, 150 should be plenty. Corey, I want Mario riding with you. He can point out his pack mates, so we don't kill them. Arabella speaks up. His pack mates will be easy to spot. They'll be the ones not attacking is. And we all laughed. I said, let's get ready to roll out. I'm leaned against the SUV, waiting on my love, thinking, just like a woman, an hour to get ready, and then I see her and know why. She's wearing black, everything black, from the ball cap on her head, holding her braid in place, to the boots on her feet. She has 2 guns and 4 knives belted around her waist, 4 more tucked into her boots, and a quiver full of arrows on her back with a bow hanging on her shoulder. She walked up to me and kized me. I raised my eyebrow and said, "Got enough weapons?" She deadpanned. "I won't shift. Not until I know Amaris is safe forever," I whispered. "I will stay on 2 feet with you, baby." And she nods and gets in the truck. Arabella is bouncing in her seat, singing to the song, blasting through her earphones. Something about shaking it off. I could listen to her sing all day. We drove through Dairy Queen to get her a double Oreo milkshake. I was joking around and said, "Baby, we aren't on vacation." And she said, "No, it's a road trip. Oh, my bad." The driver laughed and asked if she was always like that, and Kaiden said, "No, sometimes she's worse." And we laughed, and she took an earphone out and said, "What?" And we laughed harder. We pulled up about a mile from the pack. It was eerily quiet. I motioned Mario up by me and whispered, "Is it always this quiet at night?" And he nods and says, "We have always been a quiet pack. We are up with the dawn and work until nightfall. We had 8 guards who ran the perimeter. They died in the attack. I told you. We are farmers. We can defend, but we can't fight." I said, "It's okay, bud. You got us now." Arabella stood up next to me and hands me her night vision binoculars. She whispers, "Counted 12 on patrol. They are unorganized and sporadic. What if we take them out one by one and clear the border that way? And check out the pack house, completely silent. No movement." I put the binoculars to my face. And she's right. There's absolutely no movement. This is the revolution? This is the start of the rebellion? Well, hell then. Let's get this party started. Kaiden says, 4 dead, 4 captive, and 4 to go, I said. Ready your wolves, warriors. We attack in 10. And Arabella and I stepped to the front of the pack. We waited until Kaiden gave us the go, and we took off. Arabella and I ran straight to the pack house. I stepped to the front door and pounded. Letting Eros forward, he demanded everyone to get outside. They can't refuse a command from the Ultima. My mate and I stood about 8 feet apart, and we watched women come out first. Arabella mind-linked them, telling them to huddle in place. We are here to rescue them. Around 30 men came pouring out, and from around the house. Arabella grinned, and even I shivered. She looked over at me and shrugged. Yanking both guns and palming them, she unloaded both clips, and about 15 men were down. She cut their fighters in half in 10 seconds. Damn, that is my woman. Then we were in the thick of it. They were shifting and trying to attack us. And they were dying, that quick. Arabella was trying to keep some alive for us to question. I got a link from Kaiden that Mario had reunited with his mate and 4 kids. 4 kids? The guy can't be 25. Reckon we know what happens here on cold nights. I turned in time to see a large gray wolf lunge at me. I shoved him away and rolled to my right and back to my knee. He lunged back at me, and I punched him in the ribs. He spun and got his claws into my shoulder. I roared and grabbed a hold of him and slammed him to the ground. I was squeezing his throat and ordering him to submit. He kept struggling and trying to sink his claws into me again. I was on my 3rd submit, and he refused. I snapped his neck. I looked around for my wife and spotted her, a fighting squeaky mouse. She was fighting one wolf, and another was coming up on her flank. I ran for the one charging her, and she yelled no, and knocked out the one she was fighting and threw a knife into the thigh of the other before knocking him out too. She looked at me and winked. She said, "You broke yours." And I busted out laughing.
Chapter 23, Pub Popping. Arabella's POV.
We walk back out to the buses. There are 8 rogues we are taking back with us to interrogate, and about 180 people, mostly families. It will be a great boost for our farming community if they stay, and we'll add another 45 pups. Our kingdom is growing. I'm cleaning Sebastian's wounds, although they are almost completely healed. Must be the mother in me. Sebastian says, Link baby, and I look around and everyone smirks at me. Ugh, we stopped at McDonald's, and you should have seen the poor employee's eyes when I ordered 500 burgers and fries. We let everyone off the buses to stretch their legs and use the restroom if they needed. Mario walked over to me and smiled. He said, My queen, I would like to introduce my family. I turned and smiled at them. He introduced them in turn, his wife Melissa, or Missy, as she prefers. Then Michael, he's 5. Next is Penelope, but they call her Penny, and she's 4. Next one is Isaiah at 2. And the 4-month-old baby Lisette or Lissy. I smiled and repeated each name, knowing full well I would never remember all the names. Mario said, Did they give you trouble about the burgers? I laughed and said, Not really, but I think I gave them a stroke. Imagine if our warriors were with us. Can I have 1,000 burgers, please? And he laughed. He said, Thank you for being our queen. Our people needed you. Not someone like you, I don't think. We needed you. Specifically, I smiled and patted his hand and said, That may be the nicest thing I've heard in a while. Thank you. It was late when we got back, and I was done in. We fell into bed, and I was out like a light. I opened my eyes, and I was in a beautiful garden. Every flower ever known. I ran over because my favorite was blooming. A moonflower. It glows with a blue iridescent shine. Just beautiful, and only in my mother's garden by her pond. I spun on my heel and yelled, Muam. I was sleeping. It's been a crazy 2 days, and I'm exhausted. She just smiled benignly and said, I will make sure you feel well rested, I said. Am I in trouble? She shakes her head no. I asked, Are you in trouble? Again no. So I said, Then why am I here? She smiled and says, I miss you. I facepalmed and said, Boundaries, Mom. What if I had been dozing in the tub? Or in the middle of a battle? Oh my goddess, Mom. What if Sebastian and I were, busy? You can't just poof me here without notice. She smirks and says, Yes, I can, and I had to laugh. I woke up, and I surprisingly felt well rested. I had a picnic with Selene. We played cards, listened to music, and danced. She said she's lonely. I am going to start making a concerted effort to spend time with her. She wants us to set up a regular family dinner. I giggle. I'm sure Sebastian will be thrilled. Speaking of Sebastian, I woke up without him. I linked him, Baby, where are you? He came back with, Office, hurry. You gotta see this. Jumping up, I was showered, dressed, and out the door in 10 minutes. I walked straight over to Sebastian and climbed in his lap. He immediately wrapped around me and asked if I was okay. I said, I woke up without you. I don't like it. He whispered how sorry he was, and I replied, No. You had something that needed doing, and I'm being a brat. Now show me what I have to see. He laughed and said, Okay, bossy pants. I looked at the video screen and saw a bloodied man on an office floor. I said, Who is? Is that Ezekiel? Sebastian nods, and I asked who did that. Kaiden said, Byron Atwater, but you gotta see the video of it. The video is up and running. Ezekiel's office is completely trashed, and he's sitting there with a glass of liquor in his hand. His office door opens, and a man comes in. He asked, Care to explain to me what happened at Harvest Moon? Ezekiel said, Your stupid cousin happened. Because of her everything is messed up, and Byron growled, That isn't an answer, Nimrod. We are down by 65 men, and now on the king's radar. Years, Zeke, years. I have been planning this, and now I have to pull back and regroup. Ezekiel says, We will be fine. There are 4 small packs in the south. I'll plan a few raids and recoup our losses. And Byron blew up. And alert McCallum to our movements again? You moron. And at the same time he was yelling, he kicked Ezekiel in the chest. And there was a loud bang and Ezekiel disappeared. I looked at Sebastian and asked, "What happened? Where did he go? How did he do that?" And I was told to watch. I heard Byron say, "Get yours out here, you coward." Ezekiel comes back with, "I can't. The door is jammed. You broke my fucking door." And Byron yelled, "I didn't break your door. You broke your door. And this is me rescuing you." He proceeded to kick the door in and beat the hell out of Ezekiel. And I couldn't help it. I busted out laughing. I said, "If Byron wasn't such a twat waffle, and we have to kill him and all, I think I'd like him. He's funny." And we all laughed. Alfred and Trudy came in because Sebastian asked to speak with them about Shauna. I walked over to Alfred and kissed his cheek and led Trudy to a chair. Sebastian links me saying, "Thank you." I linked back, "She looks so sad." Alfred spoke up, "Son, how can we help? I don't know much about her relationship with her cousins. And we don't even know where Shauna is. I did spend time with Ezekiel when we were there, though. I observed his training protocols. That might help," Sebastian said. "Actually, Dad, if you could go over those same protocols with Brayden and Corey, that would be helpful." "I'm more interested in speaking with Trudy." "Oh, no, Trudy, don't get frightened. You've done nothing wrong. I just want to ask a few questions about Shauna, if that's okay." And she nods. I knelt down in front of her and said, "Why don't you just tell us everything you can remember about Shauna's behavior the last 2 years? When you noticed her moods changing or personality being different. We don't really know what questions to ask, and you know her better than anyone else." She nodded and began to speak. "First, thank you, Arabella. Seb got a good one." I sashayed over to Sebastian and wiggled my butt into his lap, like I was gracing him with my presence, and he grrrr'd at me. Trudy began again. "Shauna has been a bit of a problem since her father died. She has this sense of entitlement that is so disproportionate to her actual life. She has always talked about being an alpha's wife, until 2 years ago. Then she set her sights higher and decided she would be queen. She and Celia spent hours planning their own coronations. She started changing after your father, and I had stopped at Silver Moon to handle a trade agreement for you. Anyway, I didn't know my aunt and uncle had transferred there from Byron's pack, and Shauna tied in with them immediately. Then I noticed she spent more and more time with Ezekiel, but every time I asked her about it, she refused to acknowledge any relationship. Her attitude and behavior has just gotten worse and worse. When we are home, here she's out at Wolf's Den, comes home reeking of alcohol and men. Alfred threatened to send her to Russia, to one of the packs there, and that set off World War III. She did get into a huge argument with Byron the last time we were at Silver Moon, and he slapped her. But she refused to say what it was about. That's about all I can help you with." Sebastian asked when they were at Silver Moon last, and Alfred answered 3 weeks ago. I said, "If Shauna is making a habit out of pub popping, maybe she's the rogue recruiter for Ezekiel."
Chapter 24, Because I'm High and Mighty. Sebastian's POV.
I look at my beautiful wife and laugh. "Pub popping." She looks at me and grins, saying, "Ballroom banging, canteen crawling, dive bar diking, roadhouse running." And we all cracked up. This woman, I linked the cells to alert them we are coming in. We are going to have another go at Celia. Arabella thinks there's more to her story and wants to goad her into blowing up and revealing what she knows. So my bride gets to interrogate her while we are in the observation room. Arabella steps into the room and stands there looking at Celia. She says, "Damn, you stink." Celia sneers. "You spend 3 days down here without a shower and you'll stink too." Bella smiles and says, "Nope, I'm not stupid enough to betray my king. And if I did, I would be smart enough to not get caught. But you, well, here you are. I'm in observation with the guys. I said, she's good. She is going to have Celia nuclear in a few minutes. What is she doing now? I watched her open her briefcase and pull out her tablet, a notebook and pen. Then she stood up, whistling, walking around the room, tacking something to the walls. Braden asks, "Is that?" Then he's cracking up and says, "She is literally tacking little tree-shaped air fresheners around the room." And we all busted out laughing. Celia says, "What the hell are you doing?" And Arabella informs her she is freshening the air. She gives Celia a hard look and speaks, "I haven't figured out your angle yet, but I will. It's not about being queen. You knew that was a lost cause from the jump. You knew it as soon as you left Sebastian's bed. He fuked you once, and he wasn't impressed, so actual seduction wasn't your forte. And you knew that bogus agreement your father came up with wouldn't hold water. You also knew that even had you drugged me and gave me to the rogues, Sebastian still would not have made you his queen. Suo, what's your agenda? Where do your chips fall in this game? You obviously aren't batshit crazy. And your little obsession with my husband doesn't ring true. Tell me, Celia, you are meant to be queen, according to you. But who is supposed to be king? Ezekiel? Oh my goddess. Are you and Shanna both diddling his skittles? You are, aren't you? Are you tag-teaming his nasty ass? You, a ménage aux trois. That's just gross. In observation, Corey has officially laughed himself out of air. Braden has tears rolling down his face. And between breaths, Kaiden stammers out, "Solid gold. That girl is something else. And she's on to something." Look at Celia's face, diddling his skittles. Too funny. As I turn to look at Celia's face, I realize he's right. She looks about to blow. Celia growls at Arabella, and Bella slaps her. She said, "It would behoove you to not disrespect me. If you would like to keep your tongue. Behoove, good word. For your lesser brain it means, don't do that shit again." And Celia blew, just like Arabella planned. You come in here, acting all high and mighty, when you are a nobody. Little Miss High and Mighty. And nobody even knows who you are. Some pathetic alpha bastard deserted by both her parents because she thinks she's all high and mighty. Well, for your information, Miss High and Mighty, Ezekiel is an idiot. The man who would be king, ha, and Shanna thinks she is a queen. Just because her stepbrother is king, she thinks she's next in line for the throne. Well, let me tell you right now, Byron is our king. Byron already has plenty of people swearing allegiance to him. He is the rightful king. He has proof. He's been anointed by the moon goddess herself. And you can't stop it. You can't control destiny. And my mate fell off her chair laughing. This has got to be the best interrogation I have ever been privy to. Arabella pulls herself together and speaks. Byron. Anointed? Dear goodness. You have made my day. I can't wait to tell my mom. But please, enlighten me. What proof? I admit to being immensely curious. Celia scoffs. A sealed document. From the goddess. No one can open it until Byron is crowned. And Arabella loses it again. She says, "Stop, you're killing me. A document? From the goddess? Tell me, where did he get it? When?" Celia responds, "He has had it for many years. And I would assume the goddess brought it to him." Bella says, "Okay, you have had your fun. Now it's my turn. And I want to tell you a story. Have you heard about an Ultima wolf?" Celia shakes her head and says, "Rumors." That's all. Bella nods and returns to her story. An Ultima is the epitome of the goddess creation. They are always male, and they are faster, larger, smarter, and more cunning than any other wolf. Their mate is always the white wolf. There is always only one born to every generation, so the Ultima can have 20 pups. Only one will be another Ultima. They mate only once, and once every 500 years the Ultima and his mate's wolves are the reincarnate of an original mated pair of wolves. The Ultima is always a born leader, and one of the goddesses chosen. Does that describe Byron? Does that sound like he's the anointed king? We are done here. And she walked to meet me in the hall. I swoop in and grab her. Spinning her around, I said, "You are my permanent interrogator." That was the funniest shit I have seen in a while. She just grins and says, I knew she'd break, just slap her ego to the floor, and she'd say anything to build herself back. Classic mean girl symptoms. I take her hand and lead her out of the cells. Walking back to the pack house, a little girl with rosy cheeks and cute pigtails comes running up and grabs onto Arabella's legs, yelling, "Una, save me." And Bella scoops her up and says, "Of course I'll save you. Point out the culprit causing such distress for you, my princess." And the little girl points at a boy who looks a lot like the girl, and Arabella said, "Michael, are you tormenting your sister?" The boy shakes his head. My mate whispers to the girl, "What'd he do, Penny?" And the little girl said, "I accidentally ate his muffin. And he pulled my hair." Arabella is trying not to laugh and asks, "Did you know it was his muffin?" Penny nods. And Arabella scolded, "Then it most certainly wasn't an accident. Now apologize to your brother and follow me to the kitchen. I think there's muffins there." As I walk to my office, I realize not only is my mate the perfect queen, she will be an excellent mother. I'm so proud of her. As we all get situated in our chairs and wait on Arabella to join us, I ask Kaiden, "Can we hack Byron's security? Maybe pick up on what he's doing? We need leads on these rogue camps. Where they are, how many. If we can catch them on the move to whatever meeting place Ezekiel has planned, we can eliminate a lot of the problems. Brayden, I would like you to set up interrogations with the 8 rogues we brought in. Maybe not use Bruno for that. People lose limbs in his interrogations." And we shared a laugh. Arabella bounced into the room, handing each of us a muffin. While munching on her own, I sat my muffin down and pulled her into my lap. I said, "Baby, that was adorable. You soothed those kids' argument and rewarded them for listening. I was so proud of you." She turns her face to me and kaises me, saying, "Peace, O cake. It's easy because I'm high and mighty." And everyone laughed.
Chapter 25. That son of a bitch is mine. Sebastian's POV, still.
I asked Arabella if she'd like to head out to training and get in some sparring after lunch, and she got excited, asking if she would be sparring me. I laughed and asked her if she was that eager to kick my ass, and she shrugged and said, "Maybe." She left to go to the clinic with Callista and Kaiden to check on the baby, and Brayden and I decided to tackle some paperwork. An hour or so later, the phone rang, and I answered, "Alpha McCallum," and the voice on the other end responds, "How are you, cousin?" I hit the speaker and said, "Byron, what a surprise. And since when do we claim one another as cousins, or any kin, for that matter?" He chuckles. "It beats the alternative, I believe. I'm calling to request an audience. I am having a few issues with 2 alphas near me in regard to a land dispute and seek your counsel." Brayden links, "I call bullshit." I snicker and reply to Byron, "I will entertain your request, however. Any audience we agree to will have to be with all alphas involved in the dispute, as well as any documentation brought before me, so I can ascertain authentic ownership. Get back to us once that's arranged." Hanging up, I look at Bray and say, "The timing is just too convenient. These players all over the board." And Corey says, "In my opinion," and we laugh. He says, "No, seriously, in my opinion, Byron is hoping to keep you off his scent. He doesn't know we know he's a major player, so he knows by requesting an audience with you. And he has eyes on you. Ezekiel will be moving their pawns into place. They are banking on our complete ignorance. They weren't counting on the goddess warning us, and they had no idea Celia would fail so colossally. So Byron concocted this land dispute bullshit story. Knowing you don't interfere unless a war breaks out, the entire country knows that. He knows the 3 of them will be sent straight to mediation, and you don't handle that. It begs the question, what's his angle? I sat there contemplating, and an idea occurred to me. What if he is coming here, hoping to find a way to bug us, to set up a way to survey us? No one knows that we sweep for anything spy-related every morning. So what if he thinks he is smarter than us and can accomplish where others have failed? Braden says, that actually makes sense. But how? How would he do it? Corey chimes in with a bug stuck under the chair he sits in, slipped under the edge of a table, or a desk. I think we should have Kaiden rig something that would detect the bug as soon as he places it. Can that be done? We could detain him on the spot. I looked at Corey. I said to Braden, you hit the jackpot with this one. He's smart, cunning, devious. Thinks of things before any of us. Can work through different scenarios, finding solutions to problems before they even become problems. Well done. And Braden says, he's cute too. And we all laugh. Kaiden and Arabella walk in with Callista in tow. With Arabella arguing, why can't I call him Peanut? He's shaped like a peanut. And Callista is my cute little squirrel. So get it? Squirrel Peanut. It makes perfect sense, and Kaiden just says, no. We all chuckle because we know he's lost the argument. Even he knows it's a lost cause. I looked at my most trusted people and say, after training, we are all back in here. We have quite a few things to go over and talk about. Everyone agrees and we head down for lunch. We get situated at the table, and I hear Yunae turning to see Penny asking to be picked up. Arabella doesn't hesitate to lift her into her lap, and immediately a conversation begins about the prettiest princess. Bella says Cinderella, but Penny shakes her head saying no, it's Belle, because she loves the beast. I lean over and say, Penny, you are absolutely right, and your Luna is called Bella, so she can love my beast. Penny giggles and runs off to find her family. I ask Bella who the little girl belongs to, and she waves her hand dismissively saying, oh, she and Michael are two of Mario and Missy's kids, and again, she amazes me. She is learning the names of our pack members, interacting with them. She's so approachable and treats everyone equally. Goddess. I fall more in love every day. Hitting the training field, everyone waves and speaks to Bella, wanting to spar with her. But she says, not yet, y'all. I'm taking Callista to the firing range first. She needs practice, and she's not comfortable with everyone yet. But I will be back to kick your asses shortly, so warm up. And we all laugh. I start everyone out running the obstacle course, watching their speed and agility. Arabella comes jogging over to me and says, ready, big guy? I won't humiliate you too bad. I wrapped my arm around her waist, walking to the mats and said, I will try my best not to bleed on you. And she giggles. There is no cuter sound in the world. A gunshot rings out and I glance up, catching Braden's eye, and he's already on the move as he says north. And we all haul ass, finding one of our patrol wolves down, shot in the head. Arabella releases a roar to match my own, and the trees tremble. I say, I want details. I want reports on my desk in 10 minutes. Get trackers out in the direction that shot came from. I want information. Everybody kicks into action. Doc Amy arrives to examine the wolf. Corey is scenting the border and Braden is linking which trackers he is sending out. Kaiden has patched into the camera feed to try and find the trajectory of the bullet, and Arabella sits with the wolf's head in her lap, silent tears running down her cheeks. She looks up at me with the saddest eyes I have ever seen and whispers, he was a boy. He just passed his exam for Border Patrol 3 days ago. His name is Logan, and he loves his little sister like I love cake. She looks at the team of trackers, and she tells them, you find him. You find that fuker, and you bring him back here. I don't care if his face falls on your fists a few times, or his head bounces off a few trees. Just bring him back here alive. That son of a bitch is mine. And we all felt the chill roll through us. The queen is furious.
Chapter 26. That Dog Won't Hunt. Arabella's POV.
I am walking Logan's family to the infirmary. Sebastian is in his office going over surveillance from our cameras. I am infuriated. This is a boy, a child, on the very cusp of life. His family is crushed, rightfully so, and whoever shot him will pay. We have to step up our game. They will murder no one else. Our pack is family, and no one hurts my family. Not having one for most of my life. I will be damned if someone takes this one away. I stepped up to Amy and asked, "What can you tell me?" She shook her head and says, "A 308 rifle shot, probably from about 300 yards. Pure silver bullet. Exploded on impact, so I can't even get so much as a cent off of it. He died almost instantly. That's a blessing, but not much of a consolation for the family." I nodded. I stepped away and headed back to the office. I wanted my mother. I linked her, just to hear her voice. "Mom?" She responds immediately. "I'm so sorry, my daughter. I knew it was coming. It hurts that I can't stop the events headed your way." I replied, "I know, Mom. It's okay. We can handle it. But I need a favor," she says. "If it is within my power, consider it done." I whisper, "Let them see him. Let Logan's family see him and hold him one last time. Let them see him happy and know he is okay. Let them say goodbye." Her mother says, "Oh, my sweet baby, such a heart you have. Logan will have an hour with his family tonight. For you, my child, I would hang the moon." And like she knew I would, I giggled. I said, "Gee, thanks, moon goddess. You're the best." And it was her turn to giggle. I walked straight into the office and over to Sebastian. Straddling his lap, I tucked into him, breathing him in. He is my peace. He asked if I'm okay, and I nod against his neck. He says, "Talk to me," I said. "I spoke to my mom. She's going to let Logan see his family for an hour tonight. They need to know he's okay. And this will give them closure," Brayden says. "Holy shit, she can do that. That is so fucking cool." Corey chuckles. "She's the moon goddess, anything is possible." And Kaiden laughs and says, "It's probably only something her daughter can get away with asking her, though." And they all laugh. I repeated what Amy told me in regards to the round she removed from Logan. Brayden was linking the trackers to run a perimeter 300 to 400 yards from the border. They should pick up a scent. Sebastian looked at Kaiden. He says, "Kaiden, we need to look into mercenaries being hired, and I want intel on all the hunters groups in the country. See if any of them are on the move. They know we will hunt them to the death if they are found killing innocent wolves. And we have had no reports of any feral rogues roaming loose in our vicinity. It seems too pat. A single gunman, in and out. A one-shot kill. I want answers." I sat there and mulled that over. He's right. That was a perfect shot, indicating sniper or military training. That changes the game. I said, "What was the purpose? What reason do they have to shoot a patrol wolf? A warning? A heads up for what's coming? Who ordered a potshot at our border? It feels like they are trying to force us into some kind of action. I'm just confused as to why." Corey chuckles and says, "Allow me. The shooter isn't against us. He didn't want to kill our wolf, but he had no choice. It was either an initiation into a hunter's organization or proof he would fight in the rebellion. He had to kill a wolf. He chose our pack wolf as way of getting information to us. And it worked. Sebastian figured out they have either mercenaries or hunters, possibly both, fighting on their side. If I may suggest, Kaiden, start following the money. To hire people like this, you have to know a guy who knows a guy. There has to be evidence of money exchanging hands." I said, "Wow, Corey, you just deduced this shit with so little info. Your mind must be a scary place." Everyone laughs. Corey says, "I have a degree in behavioral sciences. It comes in handy." I clapped my hands and oyed, "Yay. We have our very own profiler. Sebastian chuckles and whispers, I love how you get so excited over little things. Sebastian says, Kaiden, did you figure a way for us to determine a bug is being planted? We may need it. I'm just being linked. Byron is here with 2 other alphas. I am having them set up in conference. Kaiden nods and replies, It's simple enough, really. I will hold the scanner detector in my hand, under the table and unseen. I will turn it on as the meeting is wrapping up. If it alerts, we take the culprit into custody. Sebastian stands and says, Let's get this show on the road. Sebastian is speaking before he reaches his seat. Byron, I told you to present the event of your claim and schedule an appropriate meeting with a mediator. You blatantly disregarded an order from the king, which in and of itself carries a week's stay in the cells. I am only foregoing that because I have a few hours of free time and find myself in the mood to indulge your antics. Alphas Jerome and Alex, allow me to introduce your queen Arabella McCallum. I nodded at them both, and we took our seats. Jerome spoke first, My king. Allow me to apologize for my part in this intrusion. We were under the impression our presence was requested. The land in dispute is of no concern to me, other than my suggestion that a school be built to accommodate all 3 of our packs, as it is centrally located to each of us. I have never vied for possession of it. My pack is large enough, and I have plenty of land to expand on, should a need arise. That being said, I would like to see the outcome of this meeting, Sebastian said. Thank you for your candor, and I'm incredibly interested in the outcome as well. Causing the other man to chuckle, Alex turned to Sebastian and asked to speak. Sebastian nodded, and he began, The property in dispute sits nearly dead center between all 3 packs. I wish to incorporate it into my pack mainly because it leaves roughly 500 yards of my border indefensible. However, once Jerome recommended a school, my petition for occupancy became a moot point, as all 3 packs would be arranging protection for the school. My border would automatically be defensible again, and so, like Jerome, I fail to see the necessity for this meeting. Sebastian looks at Byron, starts to smile and says, This charade is why it was imperative you have my attention. A resolution has been reached, and as you know, when more than 2 alphas are involved, the solution is always decided by a majority rules scenario. The majority has ruled. A school has been decided upon. Gentlemen, a school shall be built with my blessing. If you draft the specifications and financing and provide them to my office, the kingdom is more than happy to fund this project. You are dismissed. The men are walking out as Kaiden holds up a little box-like thing in his hand, nodding at Sebastian. Who speaks up? Byron, please. A moment. Take your seat. And Byron walks back over to sit down. Sebastian links me. Baby, you want to take this one? Oh, hell yeah. I sit up straighter in my chair. I pour myself a glass of whiskey. Then Sebastian, never taking my eyes off Byron. I pour him a glass, passing the decanter to Kaiden. I still watch Byron until we all have a drink. I take a long sip and speak. Byron, is it? I want you to tell me a story. I want you to explain to me why the subterfuge, the drama, the inane reason we would get involved in such a trivial dispute such as this. And before you begin, I want you to understand I am not a fool, nor do I suffer fools lightly. You need to be prepared to give me the unvarnished truth, because I want you to comprehend that I know more than you think I know, and nothing less than the truth is acceptable. If you bluster and try to blow smoke up my ass, you'd best know that dog won't hunt.
Chapter 27, Insurance. Sebastian's POV.
I sit here listening to Arabella, and am so impressed with her interrogation skills. How she gets people to talk without laying a hand on them. She appeals to their ego and gets them telling her all their family secrets. But looking at Byron, it's obvious he's going to lie. And she's going to drop the hammer. This is going to be good. Byron looks at me, And I said, my queen is your questioner. You will answer to her. And he began to spin his tale. Those alphas have you fooled. We have all been in discussions for weeks regarding that land. The whole school thing happened on the way here. They used me to get an audience with the king, knowing we are related. Arabella says, well, that's a crock of shit, and that's one. I allow 3 chances. That's all, no more, no less, before I beat a body down. So bear in mind. That is one. You may continue. And so he did. I'm not sure what is expected of me. What do you want me to say? Those 2 decided on a school and Sebastian agreed. My business here is done. And she looked at him with cold eyes and said, not quite. Placed in front of you, under the edge of the table, is a listening device, a bug, if you will, placed there by you, less than 15 minutes ago. Now, why would you need to hear what we say in your absence? What could we possibly discuss that would be of interest to you? After all, we are family, are we not? I have decided you need to think long and hard before we hear your answers to this. So you will enjoy a couple days of our hospitable accommodations in the cells. Say hi to Celia for me. And she smiled her wicked smile as guards came in to lead him away. We all busted out laughing, and Callista says, damn girl, you had me ready to spill all my grandma's secret family recipes. And we all laughed harder. That's my girl. We head to dinner, and it was a light-hearted, enjoyable evening. We let our wolves out to run and hunt. Keeping them cooped up makes them antsy, and they need time together like we do. Amaris is playful and fun, but she's exhausting. I allowed her to romp and run, nip and chase. Her personality is just like Arabella's, and she is a joy. A little hard-headed, and I had to have her submit before she allowed Arabella in control. She finally did, and we headed to bed. I opened my eyes to singing. My love is in the shower. Don't have to ask me twice. I move in behind her and run my hands up her body, cupping her breasts. Her hands follow along, cupping my hands around them. I growled out, I'm not going to be easy. I don't want gentle. And she said 2 words that had me driving my cock into her dripping pissy. She whispered, take me. And take her I did. I drove into her, and she arched her back, spreading her legs wider. I reached down and spread her folds enough to expose her clit. I flicked it back and forth hard, faster, keeping rhythm with every thrust of my hips. She screamed out my name, saying, please, I'm coming. And I followed her over the edge. Best, wake, up, call, ever. We all decided to move to the study today to go over what we have learned, and to put Ezekiel's pack house up on the big screen TV to watch what happens when he learns Byron is missing. I asked Brayden about the trackers. Had they found anything? And he said they actually found quite a bit. They found a scent and tracked it in almost a complete circle. They found a man at the wolf's den, having a drink, like he was waiting for them. They brought him in, and he is waiting to speak with you. He is asking for asylum. Arabella said, asylum? For murdering a child? I may struggle with this one, baby. I will try and keep my mouth shut, but I can't guarantee it. And we laughed, because we all know if she has something to say, she's going to say it. I signaled to bring the man in. He came in and bowed. He took a knee at the foot of my mate. He spoke softly and succinctly. I am a dedicated servant to my king and to the moon goddess. I throw myself on your mercy until you hear my tale. If you want my head at the end of it, I will gladly offer it to you. And he rose to sit in his indicated chair. And I hear my mate mutter, well, fuck, I wanted to hate him. And I chuckled. I turned to look at the man. He doesn't have the scent of a rogue. I know he is wolf, but I can't discern a pack. I said, please tell us your story. And he nodded, then began to speak. My name is Earl Simmons. I am a lone wolf, by choice. I wasn't banished or abandoned by my pack. My mate was killed in a rogue attack while I was in Afghanistan, serving in the human army. I just felt I had nothing left to come home to. I am ex-military. I have taken jobs as a mercenary from time to time, mostly risky rescue missions, things of that nature. I am running low on funds. So when word trickled down the grapevine about some high-blood alphas looking to hire mercs, I decided to hear them out. 2 alphas are wanting to stage a coup, and that coup involves the assassination of the royal pair. I have never renounced my allegiance to the crown. I believe you are a good king, fair and just. I also believe you are a monarch of the people. So my plan was to take the job and glean any information I could and somehow pass it on to your people. What I didn't know was there would be an initiation fee. Nor did I know that what I would be forced to do would leave an indelibly black mark on my soul. In order to be hired, I had to prove my loyalty. I was ordered to kill a border wolf of the kingdom, and I was sent to do it with 3 other wolves as witnesses. But I'm in. I passed the test. My proposal to you is you establish a mind link with me, and I can keep you informed of movements as they are happening. My queen, all I ask is you allow me to complete this task, do my part in quelling this rebellion, before you execute me. Arabella looked at me, back at Earl, and back to me. She said, I don't want to execute you. I can feel the pain and remorse in your heart. You are risking your life by spying for this kingdom, and you have my blessing. I smiled and said, spoken like a true queen. Then I looked at Earl and said, I can't swear you into the pack yet, if that's even something you would want. We don't want your scent to give you away. So allow me to shake your hand, and I will be able to establish a link. If you take my hand, know that I will know if you betray me. He reached his hand out to me, and I took it. A link snapped into place. Then Arabella held her hand out to him, and he took it. His face registered his shock when he felt her link connect. She grinned and said, insurance, and we all laughed.
Chapter 28. Your mother-in-law is crazy. Arabella's POV.
I left the study heading over to see Amy. My stomach has been acting up the past few days, and I don't want to be down sick with everything going on. We don't know when an attack may happen. I walked in looking for Amy, when a nurse ran over to me and said, Luna, we can't thank you enough for what you did for us. And I stood there a moment, trying to decide how to respond without looking like a complete idiot. When it dawned on me, Logan's mom. So I said, Elizabeth, I did nothing. That was the moon goddess who permitted you the time with Logan, she said. No, Luna, Logan said it was at your request. So thank you. Thank you so very much. My daughter was able to sleep, and my husband has been able to accept what happened with more calm. And me, well, my son is happy, and he is okay. What more can I ask for? I pulled her in for a hug and told her I am happy they got some kind of closure. That's all I was hoping for. Amy came out of a back room and said, Luna, I've been expecting you. Follow me and let's find out what's going on. So I did. I sat on the examination table and told her about my stomach being queasy and feeling alternately hot and cold. Hungry and then no appetite. She listened to all my compliments with a stoic expression and an occasional imimichimim. Then she said, well, let's start with drawing blood, and then I want you to pee in this cup. I want to rule out any infection. Sometimes newly mated couples go at it like rabbits. That kind of friction can fuel bacteria, and bacteria can lead to an infection. We refer to it as honeymooner's affliction, for obvious reasons, but we're going to find out. Maybe you would like to have Alpha come be with you while we wait on results. First, though, lie back and put your feet in these stirrups so I can take a quick look. Ugh, I hate internal exams. So embarrassing. I link Sebastian. Are you super busy, love? He links back. Never for you. What's up? So I tell him I am at the clinic and about my stomach symptoms, and before I finished telling him, he was standing in the doorway. He said, what does Amy think? What did she say? I giggled and said, Nothing, really. Not yet. She said it might be something called honeymooner's affliction, but we have to wait and see. He crawled up in the bed and wrapped his arms around me, whispering, "Everything's fine. I'm right here. Whatever it is, we will get through it." And I couldn't help the laugh that escaped. I said, "Damn, don't throw dirt on me yet. I'm still breathing." After about 45 minutes, Amy came in pushing a machine with her. She saw Sebastian and smiled, saying, "Good afternoon, Alpha. Fancy meeting you here." And Sebastian just looked puzzled. I asked what she had found out. She said, "Nothing too frightening, but I need you to lie down. This machine will show me your tummy. I want to take a look and make sure everything is as it should be." I sat there for about a minute, and then I said, "That machine is an ultrasound. Am I pregnant? How can that be? We have only been married less than a month." "Oh no, Sebastian. Do you even want kids? We never discussed it. How could this have happened?" And they both laughed at me. Sebastian says, "While I have never really thought about children, I do like them. More importantly, if they are ours, I will love them." As to how it happened, allow me to run a few memories through your head and refresh your education. I rolled my eyes and said, "Sure, yuck it up, mister. You'll be the one running from my 3 a.m. cravings." And Amy giggled and said, "Shall we take a look?" And she smeared ice-cold gel on my stomach and pulled the wand in her hand. Sebastian grabbed mine and held on for dear life. My eyes were glued to the screen, waiting to see a blob pop up. She moved the wand around my lower abdomen, pushing deep when she thought she saw something. We were all silent, lost in our own thoughts. Finally, she shouts there. Oh, and there too. Sebastian sat straight up and said, "You said there twice? 2 times? As in more than one? Are you sure? Run it again." And it was my turn to laugh at him. Amy says, "Yes, as in 2. Now watch. See that little bean? That is baby A, and this bean over here, that's baby B. I will print these pictures off for you. One sec." As she walked out of the room, I asked Sebastian if he was okay, and he just nodded. I said, "Are you sure?" He nodded again, but this time he lifted my hand and kissed my palm. I watched him closely, and a single tear rolled down his cheek, and he whispered, "Thank you. I love you so much. Before you, I never thought about a family of my own. I didn't think I wanted one. Now I want it all. I want you, my mate. I want our pups. I want our family. Fuck. I even want Sunday's dinner at your mother's." And I cracked up, saying, "Careful what you wish for." Amy came back and handed Sebastian 4 pictures and said, "Here you go, Alpha, baby's first portraits." And we all laughed. I linked my mother. "Mom?" She came back right away with, "I am so happy. You have made me so happy. I am going to be the hottest jiggy in all the realms. Nothing can stop this smile on my face. I love you." And I burst out laughing. I said to Sebastian, "Your mother-in-law is crazy." And he laughed too.
Chapter 29, Stay on the Porch, Sebastian's POV.
I linked my dad, meet in my office ASAP, and rushed through the door, practically dragging Arabella. She's laughing and trying to keep up, but I am just too excited. I sit down and pull her into my lap. The guys are all looking at me like I have lost my mind. They don't get it. I haven't lost it. I have finally found it. My dad comes skidding into the room, knocking into a side table and toppling a lamp to the floor. His hair is all over the place, his shirt buttoned up wrong and only one shoe. And he says, "What? What's wrong?" And I can't answer because I am laughing so hard I can't breathe. And Arabella says, "Oh, it's nothing to be upset about, Grandpa. Your son is just excitable." And you could have heard a pin drop. I'm not sure if they're figuring out we're pregnant or if they are just shocked, thinking she just disrespected the former king. And nobody speaks, and the room fills with tension. She throws her hands up in the air and says, "Oh, for goddess sake, I'm pregnant?" And my father yanks her off my lap and swings her in circles while she giggles. He has such a huge smile on his face, and all the guys are congratulating us, and then my mouse squeaks, grabbing Callista, and says, "Our babies will grow up together, and play together, and be best friends forever, just like us, you and me and Sebastian and Kaiden," with a second squeak following it. Kaiden looks at me and says, "She's like one more bit of good news away from blast-off." And we all laugh. We had all settled down and working on various things. Arabella and Callista were working on provisions lists for the bunkers and groceries for the pack. Kaiden was running video feed on Ezekiel, and Braden and Corey were running strategy for warrior placement. Me? Oh yeah, I had the fun job. Paperwork. Kaiden looks up and spins his tablet. I looked at it, realizing it was the front of Ezekiel's pack house. There was about 20 blacked-out subs loading what looked to be warriors. A mind link came through, breach, at the jail, 3 guards down. And we all hauled as out of the pack house. I reached the jail and see not 3, but 5 of our men gone. A single bullet to each of their heads. Kaiden runs inside and backs video up to the moments before the breach, and we watched in disbelief as 3 men dressed in black came through the rear door, firing on the first 2 guards, then the third as he rounded the corner. The 2 guards at the front sounded the alarm, and 1 man stepped forward and shot them both. 2 of them ran to the cells and fired into the locking mechanism and released Byron, then Celia, and they all ran out the rear door. Just that fast. Corey is yelling at his tracker team to go, pause on the ground, and find where they went. Braden is yelling for reports on how the breach was accomplished. Arabella is ordering every available warrior to pack central, and we all take off to meet them. I mindlink Earl. He responds immediately. I ask his location, and he says about 130 southwest of the kingdom. A battle is gearing up, and they are waiting on the Alpha's troops to arrive. He said there are about 180 rogues and mercenaries in place. He was going to hang out long enough to get a head count on how many we were facing. Then he was heading to us and bringing the men he served with in Afghanistan. They are all snipers and excellent marksmen. He will alert me before they reach our border so they don't get shot coming in. Then he chuckled. So at least we will have some valuable intel. I stood on the stage and ready to address our people. I opened the pack-wide link and said, "Sterling Moon, a heinous attack occurred less than an hour ago. We have lost 5 of our own and 2 prisoners have escaped, prisoners who are traitors to the crown. We are at war. All my people who cannot fight, to the safe rooms. Every bunker is equipped to handle 200 wolves. Beta Callista will give you your assigned bunker number. Farmers, hunker down in your safe houses. Someone will let you know when it is safe. Warriors, those who will remain on 2 feet, gear up. Full body armor and meet with your queen for position assignments. Archers and gunners, be prepared to hit the trees. The rest of you are with your battalion leaders and will shift on my order. We have a few hours out. Take this time to speak with your families and prepare yourselves. Border Patrol, I am expecting 6 mercenaries at the southwest border within an hour. Allow them to pass and escort them to me. We will prevail. We cannot fail. This ends today. Spare lives if you can, but only if your opponent is incapacitated. If you can't spare them, then no. The goddess is on the side of right, and that is us. Now, disperse, but be alert." It felt like I had no sooner sat down to scarf down a couple sandwiches that I got the link saying Earl and his men were here, as they were shown into the office. My beautiful mate handed them each a plate with sandwiches and chips and a bottle of water. As they ate, I said, "I want to swear you all in as pack, so you have full advantage of the link. If after this is over, and you choose to maintain your lone wolf status, you may do so, with my blessing and backing. Is this acceptable?" And they all nodded. and we got that out of the way. Earl spoke up immediately. Alpha, we are facing about 500 men, nearly 200 of them with nothing to lose. They will be coming in 2 directions, south and west. Both alphas are leading the troops. They only have 6 snipers and a dozen marksmen. With your permission, my men and I will take out the snipers. The marksmen will then be a piece of cake. Arabella said she and her archers will handle the marksmen, and as I nodded at her, Earl said, I'm impressed, Luna. She grinned that little grin that makes the devil shiver and says, I learned at a very early age, if you can't run with the big dogs, you'd best stay on the porch. And we all laughed, knowing my girl is one of the big dogs.
Chapter 30. You owe me $10. Sebastian's POV. Still.
Brayden looks up and says drones are deploying and searching. We will know when they are within 20 miles of the border. Corey chimes in, the traps are set, but damn, the cleanup is gonna be a bitch. We have a shit ton of crazy warriors that live for crap like this, and it's going to get messy. The guys with the flamethrowers are lining up a half-mile from the claymores lining the border. There's gonna be wolfy parts from here to Kingdom Come. Get it? Kingdom Come? Brayden says, did I forget to tell you my mate is one of those crazy warriors? And we all laugh, because it's so true. Corey is the one who came up with the claymores, and was the first to train with the flamethrowers. Kaiden said, all cameras online and focus to the south and west. We will be able to see out a good 3 miles, so we can expect no surprises. Brayden piped in with, I have 150 warriors standing to the north and east, just in case they try to outflank us. Just getting word the archers and snipers are ready to deploy, and the drones are picking up movements coming at us to the south. I stood up and said, let's go kick some ass, and we headed to the southern gates. Earl is walking with Arabella and me to get in position, and Arabella says, I bet you $10 that Byron the Pissy, that's my new name for him, Byron the Pissy, has a nice ring to it, right? So anyway, I will bet you $10 Byron the Pissy hides behind Celia, and we'll wait to see what's happening. He's gonna run. He will see he's losing, and he's gonna haul ass. The Pissy, see? Good name. So what about it? Bet me $10? Yeah? I'm biting my lips to keep from literally guffawing, and Earl looks like his eyes are going to pop out of his head. I say, she rambles when she's excited. It's cute actually, but sometimes hard to follow. And he busts out laughing and says, yeah, I can see it. She looks at me and said, so it's a bet or not? Ugh, did you hear anything I said? I bet you $10. I shook my head and tried to go back over everything she rattled off, but I just said what? She huffs, Byron the Pissy. He's gonna hide behind Celia, and when he sees he's losing, he's gonna run. Mark my words, he's gonna haul as like a scalded dog, so bet or not. I said, sure baby, bet, and Earl just laughed harder. I love my squeaky little rattletrap mouse. We had gotten everyone in position, and we watched as they reached the gates. Ezekiel stepped out first, Shauna behind him. The second vehicle opened up and Celia stepped out with Byron to her left, behind her. And I shake my head because I see $10 fly away. And a link says, see, the Pissy. And now I'm trying not to laugh because this is supposed to be war. I stepped out where I could be seen and spoke, gentlemen. And I use the term loosely. We can end this peacefully. You can pack up and go home instead of wasting innumerable lives on your part. Leave and I will let you live. The advantages you think you have are non-existent, and you will lose. Just then we saw 3 men fall from trees behind them. I said, your snipers are dropping like flies, and I just got word your marksmen are eliminated. I could see them linking for verification, and I smiled hugely and said, my queen is badass. Final warning, leave or fight. And the charge was sounded. The first 40 wolves met the claymores, and Corey was right. Wolfy parts all over. Next the flamethrowers ignited, and another 65 wolves went down. 100 wolves broke the line and the fighting began. I stepped to the left and grabbed a wolf charging at me and snapped his neck. 3 more were charging, and I shifted into Eros and hear Brayden say to Kaiden, "Is he bigger? He looks bigger." And I leaped at the 3, killing 2 on the jump. The third one tried flanking me, and he dropped to the ground, an arrow sticking out of his forehead. My queen. I looked up to see Ezekiel shift, and Shauna shifted behind him. She took off running for Arabella, while Ezekiel charged me. He was a formidable opponent, and I took a strong hit to my left flank and stuttered, but recovered rapidly, faster than I used to. And I lunged at Ezekiel, catching him in his left hindquarters and nearly severing his leg. I wasted no time and ripped his throat out. No mercy. I frantically searched for Bella and saw she hadn't shifted yet, just batting Shauna's wolf around like a cat with a toy. Good times. The fighting intensified, and I felt 2 bombs snap, one right after the other, and spun, searching for the fallen. I see 5 wolves circling Brayden, and I run for him, leaping over 2 wolves and landing beside him. We stood back to back fighting in sync, taking them all down without a scratch. I looked for Arabella, and I saw she had shifted and was facing 3 wolves. I ran to aid her, and before I reached her, she had killed them all. She leaned into me and licked my face, then turned and sprinted back into the fray. Girl is gonna kill me. I twisted just in time to avoid the gaping maw of a good-sized brown wolf. I batted him with my paw, and he somersaulted away from me. I pounced on him and snapped his neck. The fight was winding down. There were dead wolves everywhere I looked. We had lost 2, and countless injured, but they had lost everything. I saw Celia being led away by Corey, but I couldn't find Byron. I glanced back where I had seen Celia and caught a flash of white fur. I linked her, "Baby," and she comes back with, "Bringing the pissy in, and you owe me $10.
Chapter 31 Times a Waston. Arabella's POV.
This bitch? Thinking she can fight me? PFFT. I don't even need Amaris for this. I decide to play and torment her. I just feel bad for Trudy, and I have to tell her I'm the one who took her daughter away. That's not going to go well. Shauna jumps at me, trying to catch my throat in her jaws. I punch her in the throat and grab behind her left ear. Twisting, I drop her to the ground and snap her spine. She'll live, and her mom can take care of her for the rest of her life, or put her in a home, whichever. I glance up to see 3 wolves charging me. We shift, and I catch the first one in the neck. Ripping his throat out, the second one, I catch his skull in my maw and crush it. Spinning on the third, I swipe his leg out from under him and completely sever it. Damn. I turn and see Eros standing beside me, and I lick his face. We both split and head back into the fighting. The fighting is all but finished. I feel such an ache in my heart. We lost 2. It's heartbreaking. I glance around, searching for Aha. There he is, running like a fool. I take off for him, topped a fallen log, and launched myself high in the air. Landed right on top of him, and his head crashed against a tree. Knocked him the fuck out. I latch onto his calf and drag him towards home. I dragged him straight to Sebastian and dropped him on the ground. Sebastian held up a large t-shirt, and I shifted so I could pull it over my head. Sebastian leaned down and grabbed Byron's damaged leg, and he dragged him all the way to the jail. It was funny because he woke up about halfway there and called us every name in the book. Good times. We secured all prisoners and alerted the council so they could arrange trials. We were all seated around the dining hall table. Chef and the ladies were throwing a quick meal together for the starving throng. I was exhausted. Sebastian pulled me into his lap, and I just wrapped around him. Brayden said, "Are all the antagonists accounted for?" And Sebastian said, "Ezekiel is dead, Celia and Byron are in the cells, chained to the walls this time. About 60 rogues and mercenaries escaped, but at this point, I am fine with just letting them go. no money coming in, and they've nothing to fight for. I'm not sure about Shauna, Dad. I didn't see her after she attacked Arabella. I mumbled, she's in the infirmary. I broke her back. Kaiden said, damn, brutal Bella. And Sebastian laughed, and Earl started laughing and says, Byron the pissy and brutal Bella. It's a tale that will become legendary. And Sebastian laughed harder, and I said, piss off the lot of you, which only made them laugh harder. Dicks, after getting some food in my stomach. I talked Sebastian into going to bed with me because I really needed sleep and didn't want to be alone. We got a nice long shower, and it relaxed me so much I was asleep before my head hit the pillow. My mom whispered, wakey, wakey, my lovely. I opened one eye and saw I was in my room in her realm. I said, Muam, why can't you let me sleep? I just fought a war and I'm pregnant with twins. I need rest. And she says, were you always this much of a whiner? I don't remember you being a whiner. Where have I failed you? And I opened my eye again and said, seriously, and why am I here anyway? And don't say you missed me. She giggled and says, okay, I won't say it. But I missed you. I wanted to tell you how proud I am of you. And to tell you to stay vigilant. There will always be someone coming for the crown, and I need you and Sebastian to ferret out the traitors before they can build defenses. I also want to let you know the new doctrine has been drafted, and I want you to see to it. It is taught in every school as common curriculum. And this couldn't wait. Why? I asked her. She said, oh, it could. I just wanted to see you. And also to bless my grandchildren. They will have gifts. They carry my bloodline and that of the Ultima. They will be the two strongest wolves the world has seen. And I couldn't be prouder. I have petitioned Zeus for more time in Earth's realm. I will need to train my grandchild, and that will require more than 30 minutes at a pop. I rolled my eyes and said again, this couldn't wait, she says, fine, whiny ass. You'll be well rested. I love you. Now go. And I wake up at home, in my own bed alone again. So frustrating. But may as well get up and head to the infirmary to check on our injured. I link Sebastian, couldn't wait for me to wake. And he comes back, baby, you fought a war yesterday, and very well, I might add. And you are pregnant with twins. I thought you could use the sleep. And I replied, I don't like waking up alone. I miss you. He came back with an I love you, and all was right with my world. I entered the infirmary to see about 15 patients still recuperating, including Shauna. I stepped into her room, and I see Trudy beside her bed. And I feel like ass. I walked over to Trudy AMD whispered, I am truly sorry. She attacked me, and I would have killed her. But I wasn't able to cause you that kind of pain. She reached up and patted my hand and said, she committed treason. She knew the consequences. And while I am grateful you spared her life, I doubt she will be. We are wolves, child. We live in a brutal world, and we live on loyalty. Without it, we are lost. And my daughter is lost. I walked away with a heavy heart. I heard a baby crying several doors down. I went to investigate because, well, I'm me, and I'm nosy. So I walked in the room to hopefully help soothe the baby, and I see a woman in a bed, barely breathing. I linked Amy to get to the room. Now, I picked up the baby from the crib. She was soaked through. Amy walked in, and I snapped, explain, she said. This woman is dying. Her mate was one of the warriors we lost. I don't know what will happen with the baby. We haven't found any relatives. She's barely 5 months old, and our orphanage OS already full. I said, what? Is nothing being done about placement? Why is it full? You know what? Never mind. I will make the orphanage my first project. What is this baby's name? She replied. I don't know, but I'm sure it's in pack records. I said, okay, grab me a few bottles while I pack her some diapers. She's coming with me. Link me if her mother improves. Just then, the mother flatlined and I beat feet out of there. I walked into the office and Brayden said, I thought we just found out you were pregnant. You work fast, I said. Oh, you got jokes. Here. And set the baby in his arms. I explained the situation about the baby and Corey said, she doesn't have anyone. I shook my head. And I saw him and Bray mind linking and I said, what? Corey was holding the baby and said, can we adopt her? She would be ours. And we will love her with everything we are. I squeaked and said, please, Sebastian, please. And he laughed and said, I don't see why not. Kaiden, draw up the paperwork, and I will sign off on it. And I said, chop chop, time's a wastin'.
Chapter 32, Epilogue, Sebastian's POV.
My hand is crushed, broken, every bone, I am certain. But after 11 hours, my Spitfire is almost ready to push our babies into the world. Kaiden and Callista, with Andrew, are waiting in the waiting room with Bray and Corey and baby Hope. What a joy she has become, Sebastian. I feel like I have to push. I link Amy to get her as in here, and I rush to Arabella's side and whisper, I'm here. I love you. I am so very proud of you. And I kissed her forehead, and she screamed, right in my face, it's okay. I'm okay. She's okay. And Amy walked in and said, let's get these precious bundles here then, okay? And Bella said, sure, because you aren't going to push a watermelon out your hoo-ha. I am. There's my classy girl. And she starts to push. 2 hours later, and my beautiful girl is sleeping. I sit here in awe. I am holding my handsome sons, identical, except their eyes. Daniel has the azure blue eyes of his mother, and David has my green gold hazel eyes. They both have my black hair. Our family walks in, and immediately the boys are taken by Kaiden and Brayden, respectively. I glance over and see Arabella awake, with a huge smile on her face. I walk over and lean in to kiss her. I whispered, I love you so very much. A year ago, I was literally dreading being mated, and look at me now. I'm a dad, Arabella. I am a dad. Can life get any better? You are everything I never knew I needed, and I will be forever grateful you didn't give up on me. Her face beamed, and she said, you are exactly everything I always knew I needed. And look at our family. We are growing. I am so very happy, and that is because of you. Time jump. Arabella storms into the office. Well, she waddles in, but I have learned not to say things like that. If I wish to keep my balls where they're at. And I kind of like them where they are. Suo lesson learned. Her face looks like a building thunderhead, and I will just sit here quietly until she wants to tell me what my boys have done now. Another lesson learned. They are my sons when they mess up or make her mad. She is 7 months pregnant with our daughter, Paisley, and her hormones are off the charts. Something else I don't mention. She looks at me and says, are you proud of yourself for getting 3-year-old little boys a poodle? A poodle? Seriously? It's not even a real dog. And a white poodle at that? Are you happy about that? I'm scared to answer, so I just say, yeah, poodles don't shed. And she smiles that smile. You know, the one that scares the devil? That one? Then she says, are you sure that's the hill you want to die on today? Well, that's good. That's very good. Because your sons decided their white poodle needs some color. So they painted him, I say. They painted him. And that's a bad thing because she smirks and says, wait right here, and walks out. Kaiden says, I don't think this is going to be good, I said. You think? I'm going to be blamed for whatever it is, and I am going to apologize and pray she forgives me before she throws something else at my head. And she waddles. But I'll keep that to myself, with 2 recalcitrant toddlers, covered in red and blue paint, followed by a poodle looking like he's ready for a 4th of July parade, and I know better than to laugh. And I said, he's colorful? She snaps her head around at me, reminiscent of that girl in The Exorcist, and I cower. As she snaps, fix it. There is paint all over the back patio, and your sons are due at your dad's for dinner, so you better get crackin'. and I snatch a boy up under each arm, whistling for the dog and hightail it to the bathroom. I love that woman.
The end.